War never changes, but the people who study it, who dig through the wreckage and the terminal logs and the blood-stained holotapes, they find things that most people walk right past. Fallout is a franchise that hid real history, real philosophy, and real horror inside what most people dismissed as a game about shooting mutants in a nuclear wasteland. Tonight, we'll be going over 5 hours of Fallout facts to help you unwind and fall asleep. Let me know your favorite Fallout game in the comments below, and also where you're listening from tonight. Now, with that out of the way, let's jump into the world of Fallout. Starting things off, the original Fallout had a strict real-time clock that would end the game whether you were ready or not. So, one of the most punishing and underappreciated design decisions in the entire franchise was baked into the very first Fallout game back in 1997, and it's something that modern players who come to the series through Bethesda's entries never have to reckon with. The original Fallout ran on a hard real-time clock, not a soft suggestion or a narrative pressure, but a literal countdown timer that would trigger a definitive bad ending if you didn't complete the main quest within a set number of in-game days. You had 150 days to find a water chip to save Vault 13, and if you failed, the vault died and the game ended permanently. What's even more interesting is that a second timer kicked in after you found the chip, giving you an additional deadline to stop the Master's army before they overran the wasteland entirely. This design was a deliberate philosophical statement from lead designer Tim Kaine and his team about the nature of consequence in role-playing games. The idea was that a world without stakes isn't really a world, it's just a theme park, and that every decision you made should feel weighted by the knowledge that time was genuinely passing and things were genuinely getting worse while you wandered around looting abandoned buildings. The timer was controversial, even within Interplay, with some producers arguing that it was way too punishing for mainstream audiences. It was softened in later patches and eventually made optional, but in its original form, it represented something that almost no modern RPG is willing to do: tell the player that the world doesn't wait for them, and then mean it. Up next, Fallout's post-war calendar is meticulously consistent and has never once been contradicted across the entire series. So, something that the Fallout franchise quietly gets enormous credit for among lore enthusiasts is the internal consistency of its timeline, specifically the way it tracks time from the Great War of 2077 onward using a system called post-war years. Every single Fallout game, from the original 1997 release through to Fallout 76, has placed its events on a timeline that is internally coherent, with no retcons and no contradictions in dating. Fallout 1 takes place in the year 2161, 84 years after the bombs fell. Fallout 2 is set in 2241. Fallout New Vegas lands in 2281, and Fallout 3 and 4 are set in 2277 and 2287 respectively, and Fallout 76, set the earliest of the 3D games, takes place in 2102, just 25 years after the war. Every event, every faction's founding, every historical document you find in a terminal, all of it lines up. This level of continuity is genuinely extraordinary for a franchise that has changed developers, publishers, and engine architectures multiple times over nearly 3 decades. The original lore document that established the timeline, commonly called the Fallout Bible, assembled by Chris during his time at Black Isle, was so thorough that Bethesda actually used it as a reference document when they took over the IP, even though they had no legal obligation to do so. The franchise's timeline has survived a studio shutdown, a legal dispute, a complete change of creative ownership, and the transition from isometric RPG to first-person shooter, and it still holds together. That is not an accident. It is the product of developers across multiple generations actively choosing to honor the work of the people who came before them. New Vegas's reputation system was inspired by a mechanic cut from Fallout 2 that never made it into any finished game before. So, Fallout New Vegas is widely celebrated for its faction reputation system, the idea that different groups across the Mojave track your actions independently, and that your standing with one faction can create enemies in another through a web of alliances and rivalries. What most players don't know is that this system was not an Obsidian invention, so much as the resurrection of a design concept that had been proposed, partially built, and then cut from Fallout 2 back in 1998. Black Isle's design documents for Fallout 2, some of which were recovered and published by former developers in the years after the studio closed, show a faction reputation web almost identical to what shipped in New Vegas, complete with cascading consequences for faction standing and the ability to play factions against each other to destabilize the region. The system was cut from Fallout 2 because the game's notoriously compressed development schedule — the game was developed in just over a year, an astonishing pace for an RPG of that scope — left no time to test and implement something that complex without breaking the rest of the game. When Obsidian got the Fallout New Vegas contract in 2009, the studio was staffed largely by former Black Isle developers, including lead designer Josh Sawyer and creative director Chris Avallone, who had both been at the studio during Fallout 2's development. New Vegas was, in a very real sense, the game those developers had been trying to make for 11 years, and the reputation system was one of the key features that finally made it off the cutting room floor. Did you know that the Great War's date, October 23, 2077, was chosen to echo a specific real-world nuclear near-miss? So, October the 23rd is the date baked into Fallout lore as the day the bombs fell. The Great War, the moment that ended the old world and began the post-apocalyptic timeline that every game in the franchise takes place in. The date is referenced in terminals, holotapes, and dialogue across multiple games, and it was not chosen arbitrarily. The original Fallout developers selected October as the month because of its association with the most dangerous nuclear standoff in real human history, the Cuban Missile Crisis, which unfolded over 13 days in October 1962 and brought the world closer to thermonuclear war than it has been at any other point in recorded history. The specific selection of the 23rd is a reference to October 22nd, 1962, the day President Kennedy addressed the American public to announce the discovery of Soviet missiles in Cuba, the speech that made the reality of nuclear war feel genuinely imminent to an entire generation. The Cuban Missile Crisis looms enormously over the entire aesthetic and thematic architecture of the Fallout universe, and the October 23rd date is just the most explicit reference to it. The series' preoccupation with nuclear anxiety, fallout shelters, government propaganda about staying calm in the face of atomic war, and the specific visual language of civil defense culture all trace directly to the cultural atmosphere of America in the early 1960s, when nuclear war was not an abstraction, but a genuine expectation held by tens of millions of ordinary people. The Vault program itself, the idea that the government was building massive underground shelters for the population while simultaneously planning to use those shelters as experimental laboratories, is a dark satire of the actual Fallout shelter program the US government ran during the 1960s, which was far less comprehensive and far more cynical in its actual purpose than the propaganda of the time suggested. Fallout 2's most famous Easter egg was almost cut because the developers thought it was just too stupid. So, Fallout 2 is legendary for its density of pop culture references and fourth wall breaking Easter eggs. but none is more famous than the hidden Hakunin dream sequence, or more accurately, the special encounter in the Northern Wastes that drops the player into a strange alternate dimension, including references to Monty Python, Star Trek, The X-Files, and several other pop culture properties. However, the Easter egg that almost didn't make it into the game was the one that is now considered the most beloved: the encounter where you find a crashed UFO with an alien survivor who gives you an alien blaster. The original development team had heated internal debates about whether including an actual alien in the game undermined the grounded, post-apocalyptic tone they were trying to maintain, with some developers arguing that extraterrestrial life was a step too far into outright science fiction. The counter-argument, that Fallout had already included robots, super mutants, and talking animals, so a single alien was hardly breaking new tonal ground, eventually won out. The alien blaster that comes from this encounter became one of the most sought-after weapons in Fallout 2, a powerful, late-game energy weapon with a very limited ammo supply that rewarded players who found the hidden encounter. The encounter itself was placed with a deliberately low spawn probability so that players would never find it on a standard playthrough. Bethesda liked the concept so much that they brought the alien back for Fallout 3 in the form of the Mothership Zeta DLC, which expanded the crashed alien encounter into an entire questline aboard an alien spacecraft. The reaction to Mothership Zeta was deeply divided, with many fans arguing that what worked as a single hidden Easter egg lost all its charm when stretched into a full expansion, which is a lesson about tonal restraint that the original debate about the Easter egg had essentially predicted. The FEV virus has a real-world scientific analog that the original designers consulted when creating it. So the forced evolutionary virus, the engineered retrovirus responsible for supermutants, certain forms of ghoulification, and several other mutations across the Fallout universe, was not simply invented wholesale by the designers at Interplay. According to Tim Kaine and Jason Anderson in interviews from the late 1990s and early 2000s, the design team consulted with biology consultants and read extensively about real retroviral research when constructing the FEV's fictional mechanism. The specific concept of a retrovirus that rewrites host DNA at a fundamental level rather than simply inserting foreign genetic material, which is the mechanism described for FEV in the game's in-universe scientific literature, was inspired by research into lentiviruses, a subclass of retroviruses that includes HIV and that are capable of integrating their genetic payload into the chromosomes of non-dividing cells. The idea that such a mechanism could, if sufficiently advanced and engineered, rewrite an organism's entire genome rather than simply adding to it is a real avenue of theoretical research in gene therapy, taken to a fantastical but scientifically grounded extreme. The in-universe history of the FEV is also more complex than most players realize, and it connects to the broader political history of the Fallout world in ways that aren't immediately obvious. The virus was originally developed at West Tech Research, a private government contractor, as part of a military program to create enhanced soldiers, and the project was moved to the Mariposa military base in California when the government became nervous about its potential for misuse. The master, real name Richard Gray, a survivalist who fell into a vat of FEV-infected water in the ruins of Mariposa, absorbed not just the mutating effects of the virus, but also, through a process the law describes as a kind of biological assimilation, the genetic memories and psychological imprints of other organisms that had been in contact with the FEV. This is what made the Master uniquely dangerous. He was not simply a mutant, but a creature that had absorbed fragments of the identities of everyone the FEV had previously touched, which is why his in-game dialogue occasionally shifts between multiple voices and personalities. Did you know that Fallout 76 was originally conceived as a mode within Fallout 4, not a standalone game? So the origins of Fallout 76 are significantly more complicated than the story Bethesda told publicly around its 2018 announcement. According to several accounts from people familiar with the project's development, including reporting from journalists who covered Bethesda during this period, the initial concept for what became Fallout 76 began as an internal experiment within Bethesda's Austin studio to test whether a multiplayer mode could be grafted onto Fallout 4's existing engine and world. The idea was to create a dedicated multiplayer server experience using Fallout 4's creation engine, where multiple players could inhabit the Commonwealth simultaneously. Early prototypes were apparently functional and generated significant internal excitement, but they also revealed that the creation engine's fundamental architecture, designed for a single-player experience with complex scripted sequences and reactive NPCs, was deeply resistant to the demands of persistent multiplayer. Rather than abandon the concept entirely, Bethesda made the decision to spin the project into a standalone game set in a new location, which would allow them to build a world specifically designed around multiplayer constraints, rather than trying to retrofit single-player infrastructure. This is why Fallout 76 at launch had no human NPCs. It was not a creative choice, but a technical necessity, since the engine's NPC system simply couldn't handle the complexity of scripted human characters interacting with multiple simultaneous players in an unpredictable open world. The game's first major expansion, called Wastelanders, retrofitted human NPCs back into the game, a significant technical undertaking that required extensive engine work, and is widely considered to have transformed the game into something closer to what it should have been at launch. The troubled release of Fallout 76 was not primarily the result of laziness or cynicism, but of an ambitious technical experiment that outpaced its own infrastructure. Fallout's pre-war America never had a 1960s or 1970s, and that changes everything about its culture. So, one of the most intellectually interesting aspects of the Fallout universe's alternate history is a consequence that most players intuit visually, but rarely think through explicitly. Because the Fallout timeline diverged from our own in the late 1940s, the social and cultural revolutions of the 1960s and 70s simply never happened. There was no civil rights movement in Fallout's America. Or rather, whatever civil rights struggles occurred did not produce the legislative and cultural outcomes they produced in our own world. There were no countercultures, no second-wave feminism as we experienced it, no Vietnam War protest movement, no sexual revolution. The cultural assumptions baked into Fallout's pre-war America are not just aesthetically 1950s, they are sociologically 1950s, meaning they represent a society that went from the post-war consensus directly into atomic annihilation, without passing through the decades of social upheaval that reshaped Western culture. This is why the pre-war America depicted in Fallout Terminal entries, holotapes, and advertisements is not simply retro nostalgia. It is a genuinely different society with different assumptions about gender, race, class, and authority. The advertisements for pre-war products are not parodies of 1950s advertising, so much as they are what 1950s advertising would have looked like if it had continued developing along the same trajectory for another 130 years. The absence of the social movements that defined our version of the 20th century also explains why the American government in the Fallout universe was able to maintain such extraordinary social control all the way to the moment of nuclear war. A population that never developed the civil liberties culture of the 1960s would have been significantly more compliant with the kind of surveillance, propaganda, and resource rationing that the resource wars required. Fallout's pre-war America isn't just an aesthetic, it's a thought experiment about what Western society looks like without the 20th century's second half. Fallout 3's Megaton is geometrically impossible, and Bethesda knew it. Megaton, the first major settlement you encounter in Fallout 3, built around an undetonated nuclear bomb at the center of a crater, is one of gaming's most memorable locations. It is also, if you look at it carefully, structurally impossible by the laws of physics, as they apply to actual architecture. The buildings in Megaton are constructed from salvaged metal sheeting, airplane fuselage sections, and also corrugated iron welded and bolted at angles that would cause the entire structure to collapse under its own weight within days of construction in the real world. The central platform where Sims and other prominent NPCs stand appears to be suspended by support structures that are attached to nothing on one side. The bomb at the center of the settlement would, if it detonated, not produce a crater. It would produce a blast that vaporized the entire settlement and everything within a significant radius, which the game slightly acknowledges by having the explosion in the optional questline cause damage across an implausibly wide area. Bethesda's level designers were entirely aware of these inconsistencies. They are acknowledged in the developer commentary and production notes from the Fallout 3 art team. The decision was made early in development to prioritize visual storytelling and emotional impact over structural plausibility. Megaton needs to look precarious and improvised because that is what it represents. A community that has survived against all odds through ingenuity and stubbornness, cobbling together a home from the wreckage of the old world. A structurally sound Megaton would have felt like a community that had its life together, which is the wrong impression. The impossibility of the architecture is, in a sense, intentional. It is Bethesda's level designers using the visual language of instability to tell you something true about the emotional reality of the people who live there. Fallout's retro-futurist aesthetic was derived from a very specific historical art movement called Raygun Gothic. So, the visual language of Fallout, chrome curves, atomic age sans serif fonts, glass bubble architecture, flying car designs, and the specific shade of optimistic green that colors every piece of pre-war consumer technology, has a name in architectural and design history. It's called Raygun Gothic. The term was coined by novelist William Gibson in 1981 to describe the aesthetic of 1950s science fiction illustration, the visual style of pulp magazine covers, googie architecture, and World's Fair pavilions, characterized by aerodynamic shapes, futuristic materials used with exuberant excess, and a fundamental belief that the future would be clean, bright, and mechanically wonderful. The designers at Interplay were deeply familiar with this aesthetic tradition and made a deliberate decision to use it as the visual foundation for pre-war America in Fallout, specifically because its optimism created the most brutal possible contrast with the irradiated horror of the post-war world. The googie architecture movement, a real style that flourished in the American Southwest from the late 1940s through to the 1960s, is particularly visible in Fallout's pre-war building designs. Googie architecture featured centered roofs, boomerang shapes, atomic age symbolism, and a general aesthetic of reaching towards a future that technology would make wonderful. Real googie buildings survive today in the form of diners, drive-ins, and roadside attractions in California and Nevada, which is exactly the region where Fallout 1, Fallout 2, and Fallout New Vegas are set. This was not a coincidence. The original Fallout's California setting was chosen in part because it is the region of America where Raygun Gothic and Googie aesthetics were most fully realized in actual built form, making it the place where the contrast between pre-war optimism and post-war devastation would feel most historically grounded. Fallout 4's Far Harbor DLC contains the franchise's most philosophically complex quest, and it can be completed without combat. Far Harbor, the 2016 DLC expansion for Fallout 4, set on a fog-shrouded island off the coast of Maine, is widely regarded as the high point of Fallout 4's writing, and at its center is a quest called The Way Life Should Be, that involves the player mediating a conflict between the island's human settlers, its Children of the Atom cult, and the Arcadia Synth Refuge. The quest can culminate in a three-way negotiated peace that prevents a genocidal war, but achieving that outcome requires completing a chain of investigation quests, uncovering a hidden manipulation at the center of the conflict, and then choosing to expose the truth rather than exploit it. Every single step of the peacemaking path can be completed without killing anyone. This was a deliberate design choice by the Far Harbor writing team to offer players a path through the DLC's central conflict that rewarded intelligence, patience, and moral courage over combat capability, unusual for Fallout 4, which typically solves its narrative problems with guns. The philosophical depth of Far Harbor's central conflict is also unusual for the franchise. The Children of the Atom in Far Harbor are not simply a crazy cult. Their theology has been developed into something internally coherent, with genuine debates among their members about the nature of the fog, the meaning of radiation, and whether simps have souls. The simps of Arcadia raise questions about identity, memory, and personhood that go beyond what Fallout 4's main game explores, and the human settlers of Far Harbor are not simply victims. They are people with their own histories of violence and exclusion who have made peace a conditional offer rather than a genuine commitment. The DLC is asking whether peace between groups with genuinely incompatible worldviews is possible, and it does not offer an easy answer. The peaceful ending requires not just goodwill, but the removal of an active saboteur, suggesting that conflict is not simply the natural state of things, but something that bad actors work to maintain. The NCR's economic problems in Fallout New Vegas were based on real Roman imperial history. The New California Republic in Fallout New Vegas is presented as the most organized and functional government in the post-war West, a democracy with elections, a legislature, trade laws, and also a currency. It is also a nation in serious crisis, overextended military, struggling with currency devaluation, dealing with corrupt officials and corporate influence, and also unable to provide basic services to its frontier territories. This specific combination of problems was not invented by Obsidian's writers, but was modeled closely on the economic and administrative crisis that afflicted the Roman Empire during the 3rd century AD, a period historians call the Crisis of the 3rd Century, when the empire simultaneously faced military overextension, currency debasement, provincial separatism, and also political instability that nearly caused the collapse of Roman civilization. The NCR's paper currency, which has been inflated to near worthlessness compared to its old gold standard, directly mirrors Rome's infamous coin clipping practices, where emperors reduced the silver content of coins to fund military campaigns. Josh Sawyer has confirmed in multiple interviews that Roman imperial economic history was a primary reference point for the NCR's political situation, and that the parallels were intentional and detailed rather than incidental. The NCR's relationship with the Mojave, a distant, expensive, resource-rich territory that strains the nation's military and economic capacity while delivering uncertain strategic benefit, mirrors Rome's relationship with its Rhine and Danube frontiers, which consumed enormous military resources while delivering marginal territorial gain. The game's political commentary about democratic institutions becoming corrupted by wealth and power, unable to serve their founding ideals as they grow beyond a certain scale, is directly drawn from this Roman historical model. The NCR is not simply the good guys who aren't quite good enough. They are a specific historical argument about what happens when Republican institutions fail to scale. Fallout 1's Black Isle Studios had a direct creative lineage to the original Wasteland game from 1988. The Fallout franchise did not emerge from nowhere. It has a direct creative and personal lineage to Wasteland, a 1988 post-apocalyptic RPG developed by Interplay and published by Electronic Arts that is widely considered the spiritual grandfather of the entire genre. Wasteland was designed by Brian Fargo, Ken St. Andre, Alan Pavlish, and Michael Stackpole, and it established many of the game's foundational concepts. A party-based RPG set in a post-nuclear America, with skill-based character development, morally complex factions, and a world that reacted to player choices. When Interplay later developed Fallout, several key personnel had either worked on Wasteland directly or had been deeply influenced by it, and the game was explicitly conceived as a spiritual successor to Wasteland rather than an original concept. The original design document for Fallout describes it as Wasteland 2, and the name was only changed when it became clear that Electronic Arts owned the Wasteland trademark and would not license it to Interplay. The Wasteland lineage came full circle in 2012 when Brian Fargo, by then running In Exile Entertainment, successfully crowdfunded Wasteland 2 on Kickstarter, raising over $3 million and eventually releasing the game in 2014. The Kickstarter campaign explicitly positioned Wasteland 2 as a return to the roots of the post-apocalyptic RPG tradition that Fallout had continued, and the game was developed with input from several veterans of the original Wasteland and early Fallout projects. The existence of Wasteland 2 and its sequel Wasteland 3 in 2020 means that the genre now has two parallel lineages running simultaneously: the Bethesda Fallout line and the In Exile Wasteland line, both traceable to the same 1988 source. The irony that the original name Fargo couldn't use for Fallout eventually became the title of his own franchise is one of gaming's history's most satisfying narrative circles. The game that wasn't supposed to use its own rules. Before Fallout had its iconic special system, it was built entirely around Steve Jackson Games' GURPS tabletop rule set, and the working title of the project wasn't even Fallout, it was Vault 13, a GURPS post-nuclear adventure. Interplay had licensed the system specifically because it wanted a flexible, realistic framework for character building, and the development team spent a significant chunk of early production wiring the game's mechanics directly into GURPS. Everything seemed fine until Interplay sent Steve Jackson Games a copy of the game's violent intro cinematic as a courtesy, expecting enthusiastic approval. Instead, the response came back rejected, with Jackson Games citing the movie's extreme violence as incompatible with the GURPS brand. What followed was a scramble that could have sunk the entire project. Interplay refused to tone down the game's tone, and Steve Jackson ultimately pulled the license entirely rather than compromise, reportedly unable to reconcile the brutal combat with a cheerful mascot character standing right next to it. With the clock ticking and executives breathing down their necks, the development team built an entirely new homebrewed system in a matter of weeks, and that scramble became Special, now one of the most recognizable character systems in gaming. It's a strange twist of fate that the very system fans now consider inseparable from Fallout's identity only exists because a licensing deal fell apart at the worst possible moment. The mascot that started as a board game piece. Vault Boy's permanent grin and thumbs up have become as iconic as the games themselves, but his design wasn't dreamed up from scratch. He was directly modeled on Rich Uncle Pennybags, the mustachioed mascot of Monopoly. Art director Leonard Boyarsky had grown frustrated trying to represent the game's skills and stats through a confusing wall of icons, and he decided the solution was to present them as a series of illustrated cards, much like Monopoly's own visual language. He originally referred to the character simply as the skill guy while sketching him, with no grand plan for him to become the face of the franchise. The character was later refined by artist George Almond for the earliest cards, then finalized into the version everyone recognizes today by artist Trammell Ray Isaac. Curiously, Vault Boy wasn't even his official name at launch. The original Fallout instruction manual actually referred to him as Vault Man. That name never caught on with players or developers, and Vault Boy simply won out through sheer word of mouth, eventually becoming so entrenched that Bethesda has used it in every subsequent release. Boyarsky has since said the joke of the characters was baking in that unsettling contrast on purpose, a relentlessly cheerful cartoon face demonstrating grisly perks and horrifying wasteland deaths with the same sunny enthusiasm. That deliberate collision of 1950s optimism and dark satire became a defining visual signature for the entire series, all traced back to a mascot for a board game about buying real estate. The device that was never supposed to be confused with Vault Boy. The Pip-Boy, the wrist-mounted computer players use to check stats and inventory, was also a Leonard Boyarsky creation, and its look was inspired by an entirely different fast food mascot than Vault Boy, the grinning, checkered overalls big boy character from the American diner chain of the same name. In the fiction of the games, the device is officially called a Personal Information Processor, manufactured by Robco Industries and issued to Vault Dwellers as standard equipment. It's a completely separate character and product from Vault Boy, despite the near-identical names, and Boyarsky has gone out of his way over the years to clarify that Vault Boy was always meant to be the mascot's true name, with the little guy on your Pip-Boy screen being a distinct entity entirely. That distinction, however, got muddled almost immediately once the franchise expanded beyond Interplay's original team. When the spin-off Fallout Tactics was developed by an outside studio, its developers apparently misunderstood the two characters and began referring to the illustrated stat card mascot as Pip-Boy instead of Vault Boy. The mix-up didn't stay contained to one game either. When former Interplay writer Chris Avallone compiled the non-canon Fallout Bible lore document a year later, he kept the same incorrect terminology, cementing the confusion into fan discourse for years afterward. It's a small, almost invisible naming error, but it shows how quickly canon and terminology can get tangled once more than one studio starts handling a shared universe. The miracle machine named after a garden. The Garden of Eden creation kit, better known by its acronym GECK, is one of Fallout's most mythologized objects. A terraforming device capable of collapsing irradiated matter and recombining it into fertile, livable land. In the fiction, it was developed by Vault-Tech's Future Tech division under the direction of the sinister Dr. Braun, intended as standard equipment meant to help Vault Dwellers rebuild civilization after nuclear devastation. It first appeared as little more than an advertisement in the original game's manual, describing a miracle cure for a poisoned world, before becoming a central plot device that entire settlements like Vault City and Shady Sands were built around in Fallout 2. The device's reputation within the game would eventually curdle into something more cynical, treated by later characters as a symbol of misplaced faith in techno-utopian promises that Vault-Tech never fully delivered on. The acronym had a strange second life outside the fiction entirely. When Bethesda needed to name the actual modding and level editing software bundled with Fallout 3, the developers reused the in-universe device's name for the real-world tool, officially branding it the Garden of Eden creation kit as well. That means the same four letters now refer to both a fictional terraforming miracle machine inside the game's lore and the genuine piece of software thousands of modders have used to build custom quests, weapons, and entire worlds. It's a small piece of world-building trivia that doubles as real functional history. The fictional GECK effectively gave its name to the literal toolkit fans have used to keep expanding the wasteland for nearly 2 decades. The monster built from a harmless lizard. Deathclaws are the apex predators of the wasteland, but their in-universe origin story is far stranger than simple radioactive mutation. They were deliberately engineered by the pre-war United States government as a cheap replacement for human soldiers in high-risk combat missions. The base genetic stock wasn't some fearsome predator at all, but the Jackson's chameleon, a small and fairly delicate reptile native to East Africa that poses no threat to anything larger than an insect in the real world. Through genetic splicing, selective breeding of additional animal traits, and later exposure to the forced evolutionary virus, That unassuming lizard was transformed into a nearly 10-foot-tall bipedal killing machine with armor-thick skin and claws capable of shredding steel. Notably, there's no confirmed in-game evidence the finished creatures were ever actually deployed against Chinese forces before the bombs fell, meaning the project's grand military purpose was arguably never fulfilled. After the Great War, the Deathclaws escaped their military confinement through means the games never fully explain, and over the following decades, they spread across the ruined continent, becoming dominant apex predators in ecosystems that had lost most of their competition. Later games and expansions have leaned even further into their unnatural origins, introducing variants engineered from entirely different source animals, including alligator-based hybrids and albino strains resulting from divergent FEV exposure. The species has become such a beloved piece of series iconography that its design has been reworked multiple times across different Bethesda-era titles, with concept artists deliberately blending in features from bulls, panthers, and monitor lizards to keep the silhouette both grounded and terrifying. It's a rare case in the franchise where one of the most feared creatures in the wasteland traces its lineage back to something almost comically harmless. The faction named after its own codename. The Enclave, the shadowy remnant of the pre-war United States government, is one of the series' most enduring antagonist factions, but its very name has a slightly accidental origin. Within the fiction, the group's central headquarters was a Poseidon Energy oil derrick off the coast of California, publicly known before the bombs fell as nothing more than a deep-sea drilling platform. Internally, however, the government's own classified records refer to that same facility by the codename Control Station Enclave, a designation tied to the broader continuity of government plan meant to preserve the presidency and key officials in the event of nuclear war. That single codename, buried in Fallout 2's design as flavor text for one specific location, ended up being repurposed as the formal name for the entire organization going forward. When Bethesda picked up the series for Fallout 3, the studio leaned into that codename and built out an entire recurring antagonist faction around it, cementing the Enclave as shorthand for authoritarian, xenophobic remnants of pre-war America across multiple later games. Some longtime fans of the original Interplay titles have pushed back on this, arguing the group was always intended to represent a much broader, more geographically scattered continuity of government network rather than a single unified parliamentary faction centered on one oil rig. Regardless of that debate, the shift shows how a piece of incidental world building, a security codename attached to one location, can calcify into the accepted, franchise-defining name for an entire organization once a new development team inherits the universe. It's the kind of quiet lore snowball that only becomes visible once you go digging through the earliest games. The Fallout 3 that never shipped. Long before Bethesda's 2008 release, there was an entirely different Fallout 3 in development, an isometric turn-based sequel from Black Isle Studios codenamed Van Buren. Set in the American Southwest, the game followed an escaped prisoner pursued by robotic guards, and it was being built on a proprietary 3D engine nicknamed the Jefferson Engine, styled visually somewhat like the Infinity engine used in the Baldur's Gate series. Design leads Chris Avallone and later Josh Sawyer worked extensively on the project, running actual pen and paper sessions with the rest of the development team to test new perks and mechanics before locking them into the design. By the time of its cancellation in December of 2003, the game's engine was reportedly around 95% complete, with characters, combat, and full map traversal already playable. The cancellation itself came down to corporate mismanagement rather than any fundamental flaw in the game. According to former director Josh Sawyer, Interplay's own executive leadership had repeatedly ignored invitations to review the playable build, only actually sitting down with it after already deciding to shut down Black Isle Studios amid the company's financial collapse, and reportedly admitting afterward that they might not have cancelled the project had they seen the work sooner. A tech demo built during development eventually leaked online years later, giving fans a small glimpse of what might have been. Many of Van Buren's core narrative concepts, character ideas, and factions didn't die with the project entirely though. Much of that groundwork was later folded into Obsidian's Fallout New Vegas, giving the cancelled game an unusual kind of afterlife inside a totally different studio's work. The Fallout game Bethesda disowned before it even owned the series. In January of 2004, Interplay released Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, the franchise's first entry on home consoles, and it looked almost nothing like the games that came before it. Built on the Snowblind engine previously used for Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, it swapped the series' turn-based isometric combat for a fast-paced, linear hack-and-slash structure clearly aimed at the console action RPG crowd of the era. Its soundtrack matched that shift in tone, trading the earlier game's moody 1940s style ambience for licensed metal tracks from bands including Slipknot, Killswitch Engage, and Meshuggah, played specifically during boss encounters. The game even brought back the Vault Dweller from the original Fallout as a supporting character, awkwardly relocating him from California to a Texas wasteland setting for the story. Perhaps more tellingly, Ron Perlman, the actor whose gravelly voice had narrated the opening of every mainline Fallout release up to that point, did not return for this one, with narration duties instead handled by actor Tony Jay, who had voiced the lieutenant in the original Fallout. Interplay staff have since confirmed the game was never intended as a canonical continuation of the series, and Bethesda reiterated that stance publicly once it acquired the franchise a few years later. A sequel was reportedly planned but scrapped after the first game's lukewarm commercial performance and mixed reviews, leaving Brotherhood of Steel as an unusual, disconnected detour in franchise history, the last new Fallout game Interplay would ever release before losing the rights entirely. The tactical spin-off that doesn't quite count. Released in March of 2001, Fallout Tactics Brotherhood of Steel wasn't developed by Interplay's own Black Isle team at all. It came from Australian studio Micro Forte, working under the 14 Degrees East label, marking the first time the series had been handed off to an outside developer. The game followed a squad of Brotherhood of Steel soldiers through a tactical, squad-based campaign, selling over 300,000 units by 2008, despite deliberately not continuing the storyline of either Fallout or Fallout 2. Pre-ordered copies even shipped with a bonus disc containing Fallout Warfare, a tabletop miniature spin-off based on the series, alongside an additional bonus mission for the main campaign. Because it was made outside the core narrative team's direct oversight, Fallout Tactics has occupied an uneasy place in franchise canon ever since. Chris Avellone has stated plainly that events from Fallout, Fallout 2, and Tactics aren't automatically considered canon unless a specific detail is later reaffirmed inside a Bethesda-developed title, treating the older Interplay-era games as sources to draw from rather than binding history. Fan communities have spent years debating how much of Tactics counts, with some franchise wikis officially classifying it only as a secondary, supplementary reference rather than core continuity. It's a strange status for a game that still introduced concepts, creatures, and terminology that would echo through later, unambiguously canonical entries. The lore document that isn't even canon to its own author. Between 2001 and 2002, former Black Isle writer Chris Avellone compiled and released the Fallout Bible, a sprawling series of documents packed with background material, developer interviews, and world-building details meant to satisfy an increasingly curious fanbase. It was released on a semi-regular basis across 9 main installments, touching on everything from the finer points of the series' timeline to blunt, often sarcastic answers to fan questions about the setting's internal logic. For years afterward, it became something close to a sacred text among hardcore fans, frequently cited as the definitive word on obscure lore points the games themselves never fully explained. Avellone himself has since repeatedly and publicly disowned its canonical status, stating outright on social media that the Fallout Bible is no longer canon, and clarifying in later years that only the elements later reaffirmed inside Fallout 3 and beyond should be treated as confirmed history. Even so, Bethesda developers, including Todd Howard, have acknowledged consulting the document during the creation of Fallout 3, describing their approach as picking and choosing elements on a case-by-case basis rather than treating the whole thing as gospel. That leaves the Fallout Bible in a strange purgatory. Not officially canon by its own author's admission, yet quietly influential enough that pieces of it have shaped nearly every mainline game released since. The line that took 40 takes to get right. War. War never changes. It might be the most recognizable 4 words in the entire franchise, but the phrase's journey to the screen involved more revision than most players realize. The line was written by original creator Tim Kaine, building off an official draft, penned by writer Scott Benny, and it was deliberately structured to frame the post-nuclear setting as the inevitable byproduct of humanity's unchanging appetite for greed and conquest rather than any single historical event. It debuted in the very first Fallout back in 1997, delivered by actor Ron Perlman, and the phrase proved durable enough that it was carried forward, in slightly reworked form, into nearly every subsequent mainline entry. When Bethesda revived the series with Fallout 3 a full decade later, director Todd Howard has described pushing Perlman through an almost absurd number of retakes to nail the delivery, reportedly having him repeat the opening line around 40 separate times with different pacing and cadence. Howard has recounted that the direction got so granular, the team eventually asked Perlman to record the word war completely on its own, prompting the actor to dryly point out that it was, in his words, a 3-letter word and they'd probably gotten what they needed. That obsessive attention to a 4-word opening line says a lot about how seriously the modern development team treated the franchise's tonal inheritance. A single sentence written in the 90s, polished for a decade, and delivered with the same gravity every single time. The voice that almost never missed, except when it did. Ron Perlman has become so tightly associated with Fallout's opening narration that many players assume he's voiced every single game's introduction, but his actual involvement has more gaps than people remember. He narrated the openings and closings of the original Fallout, Fallout 2, Fallout 3, Fallout Tactics, and Fallout New Vegas, alongside the opening narration of Fallout 76, while also voicing the minor characters Butch Harris in the very first game. Notably absent from that list is Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, where Tony J stepped in instead, and Fallout 4, where Perlman skipped the opening narration entirely, though he did return within the game itself to voice a television newscaster reporting live on the day the bombs finally fell. Perlman has spoken candidly over the years about how casually the whole arrangement began, describing his work on the original game as a one-off gig arranged through his agent during a period when he was mostly doing voice work for Saturday morning cartoons. By his own account, he was paid exactly $40 and a sandwich for the entire session, with no indication from anyone involved that the game would amount to much of anything. That low-key origin makes his decades-long association with the franchise feel almost accidental in hindsight, especially given how central his voice has become to the series' identity. International localizations have even had to grapple with replicating his specific gravel-tone delivery, with different actors dubbing the narration in French and Spanish releases across multiple games, none of them quite managing to fully replace the original though. The price tag on an entire post-apocalyptic universe. After years of financial turmoil, Interplay sold the entire Fallout intellectual property to Bethesda Softworks in April of 2007 for $5.7 million, a deal finalized through an asset purchase agreement with the final installment of that payment completed later that October. Buried inside that same agreement was an unusual concession. Bethesda conditionally licensed certain trademark rights back to Interplay, allowing the smaller studio to attempt development of a separate Fallout massively multiplayer online game, provided it could secure $30 million in outside financing and enter full-scale development within a strict 2-year window. Interplay never managed to meet those conditions, eventually partnering with a Bulgarian studio called Masthead Studios on a project internally known as Project V13, but the funding and development benchmarks were missed by the contractual deadline. Bethesda sued in 2009 to formally reclaim the MMO rights, and the dispute dragged on for years before finally settling in January of 2012, with Bethesda's parent company ZeniMax paying Interplay $2 million to fully surrender any remaining claim to the license. It's a strange coda to the franchise's corporate history. The very company that created Fallout ended up losing not just the core series, but also its one last shot at a spin-off, walking away years later with a settlement check instead of a game. The Meet of Champions perk. Tucked away as one of New Vegas' stranger challenge perks is Meet of Champions, and unlike a lot of the game's darker cut content, this one is fully real and fully obtainable through ordinary play. To earn it, players first need the Cannibal perk, which lets them consume human corpses while sneaking, and then track down and eat the bodies of 4 of the game's biggest power players: Kaiser, Mr. House, the King, and President Kimball. It's a genuinely difficult perk to complete in a single playthrough, since killing all 4 means burning bridges with Kaiser's Legion, the Boomers or NCR relationship tied to Kimball, House's independent Vegas path, and the King's simultaneously. Designer Jason Bergman created the perk specifically as a payoff for players willing to go that far out of their way, according to lead designer J.E. Sawyer, who confirmed the credit directly in a public Q&A years after release. Mechanically, the reward is almost comically small compared to the effort required to earn it. Eating any human corpse while carrying the perk grants a temporary +1 boost to luck, intelligence, charisma, and strength for just 60 seconds. Because President Kimball in particular is only accessible under specific late-game conditions, and killing him, House, Kaiser, and the King all in one playthrough requires deliberately sabotaging nearly every major faction relationship in the game, most players never complete it through natural progression. It exists less as a practical build option and more as a dark joke reward for genuinely committed, kill everyone important playthroughs, letting the courier literally consume the essence of the Mojave's most powerful leaders. It's a perfect example of New Vegas quietly building elaborate systems around choices most players will never actually make. Let's talk about the real-world inspirations behind Vault-Tech's social experiments. So most players know the Vaults weren't actually built to save people, they were built to run horrific social experiments on an unsuspecting population. But what a lot of people don't know is that this idea wasn't born purely in the imagination of the developers. The Vault experiments were heavily inspired by real US government programs, most notably the MK Ultra project, a classified CIA mind control initiative that ran from the early 1950s all the way through to the 1970s. MK Ultra involved genuinely disturbing experiments on unwitting civilians, including sensory deprivation, forced drug administration, and also psychological torture. The Fallout writers used this as a direct template, building out Vault experiments like the one in Vault 11, where residents were told one person had to be sacrificed each year, only to discover at the end that the whole thing was a test of compliance. As a direct satirical mirror of how real governments treated their own citizens during the Cold War. The series isn't just poking fun at 1950s America, it's making a very pointed comment about institutional betrayal. Did you know that Fallout 1 was almost a real-time action game? So before Fallout became the iconic turn-based RPG that defined the genre, it almost went in a completely different direction. The original Fallout was developed by Interplay using a licensed version of the GURPS system, the generic universal role-playing system, which is a tabletop framework that traditionally supports turn-based play. However, early in development, there were serious internal discussions about making the game a real-time action RPG instead, much closer to what Diablo would eventually become. It was only the strong advocacy of lead designer Tim Kaine and the rest of the core team that kept it turn-based. GURPS was eventually dropped mid-development after Steve Jackson Games, the creator of GURPS, objected to the game's graphic content, particularly the exploding head critical hit animations, leading Interplay to create their own special system from scratch in a matter of months. So the beloved special stat system being strength, perception, endurance, charisma, intelligence, agility, and luck wasn't part of the original plan at all. It was a last-minute invention born out of a licensing dispute over cartoon gore. The children of the atom are quoting real nuclear theology. The children of the atom are easy to dismiss as just another quirky, post-apocalyptic cult, but the writers did something genuinely layered with their theology. The cult's belief that radiation is divine and that division, the splitting of atoms, is a form of holy transcendence, is a direct parody of real-world atomic spiritualism that existed in the early 20th century. In the 1940s and the 1950s, there were fringe religious movements in the United States that genuinely worshipped nuclear energy as a kind of God-given gift, viewing the atom bomb as an instrument of divine providence. Some preachers at the time argued that nuclear weapons were fulfilling biblical prophecy. The children of the atom aren't just a joke, they're a grotesque logical endpoint of that real cultural movement, taken to its most absurd conclusion. In Far Harbor specifically, the children's theology gets even more sophisticated, with internal schisms about whether irradiated ghouls are blessed or damned that mirror genuine theological debates within Abrahamic faiths about the nature of suffering in divine favor. Did you know that New Vegas has a fully functional hidden snow globe economy? Most Fallout New Vegas players know about the snow globes, those collectible decorations scattered across the Mojave that you can sell to Jane at Mr. House's suite in the Lucky 38. But here's what almost nobody talks about. The snow globes were originally designed as part of a much more elaborate collectible economy system that got significantly scaled back during development. Early builds of the game had the snow globes feeding into a larger network of merchant interactions, with different factions reacting differently to which ones you'd collected, and their resale value fluctuating based on your current reputation. What shipped instead was a much more simplified version, but Obsidian left enough of the underlying structure in the game's data that modders have been able to partially reconstruct what the full system was supposed to look like. The snow globes also each correspond to a real-world location in Nevada and the surrounding states, serving as a kind of in-universe tourist's guide to the pre-war American Southwest, a detail the game never explicitly draws attention to. The ghoul transformation has in-universe scientific consistency. Ghouls in Fallout are typically explained away as people who got hit by radiation and turned into zombie-like creatures, but the lore goes significantly deeper than that. According to the Fallout Bible, the extended lore document compiled by Chris Avallone, ghoulification is not simply the result of radiation exposure. It requires a very specific intersection of radiation dose, duration, and individual genetic predisposition. The vast majority of people exposed to high doses of radiation simply just die. A small subset are slowly transformed into ghouls, and an even smaller subset, called glowing ones, absorb so much radiation that they actually begin emitting it themselves and develop a strange symbiotic relationship with the radiation around them. What's particularly interesting is that feral ghouls aren't a separate species. They are ghouls whose brains have been degraded by continued radiation exposure over decades, meaning that every non-feral ghoul you meet is essentially one bad century away from becoming the shambling enemies you shoot in the tunnels. Characters like Raoul in New Vegas and Hancock in Fallout 4 are walking against that tide every single day. Did you know about Fallout 2's Modoc Town containing a legally distinct cow abduction reference? Fallout 2 is absolutely stuffed with pop culture references, but one of the most obscure sits in the small farming town of Modoc, where the questline involves investigating what happened to a missing Brahmin. If you follow the quest far enough, you discover that the Brahmin were actually being abducted by aliens, a storyline that seems like pure absurdist comedy until you dig into the context. At the time Fallout 2 was in development in 1998, there was a genuine media panic in rural America about supposed cattle mutilations being linked to extraterrestrial activity, fueled by tabloid journalism and early internet conspiracy culture. The MODOK quest is a direct parody of those real news stories, specifically of the famous Snippy the Horse case from 1967, often cited as one of the first widely reported, unexplained animal mutilations. The developers essentially took a piece of paranoid rural Americana and dropped it into the wasteland entirely straight-faced, letting players stumble into the punchline themselves without ever winking at the camera. Did you know that the Institute's teleportation technology is based on a cut Fallout 3 concept? So in Fallout 4, the Institute's ability to teleport is presented as their most guarded and impressive technological achievement. What most players don't know is that the teleportation technology was actually conceived and designed for Fallout 3 first, as part of a cut quest line involving the pre-war military program Project Purity's Extended Research Division. Design documents and leftover data strings recovered by data miners show that Bethesda had planned a whole branch of quests in Fallout 3 centered around the teleportation prototype hidden in a military research facility east of the capital wasteland. The project was cut for time and scope reasons, but the concept was kept in the back pocket for years and eventually became the backbone of the Institute's entire identity in Fallout 4. This means that the single most defining trait of Fallout 4's central faction, the thing that makes the Institute uniquely terrifying and mysterious, was essentially recycled concept art and design notes from a decade-old cut questline in their previous game. Liberty Prime's anti-communist dialogue was actually written by a single developer in just one afternoon. Liberty Prime, the giant patriotic robot in Fallout 3 who stomps through the Jefferson Memorial bellowing anti-communist propaganda, is one of the most beloved characters in the entire series, despite having maybe 10 minutes of screen time. What most people don't know though, is that the entirety of Prime's iconic dialogue was written by a single Bethesda writer in a single afternoon as a kind of a joke pitch, and the team liked it so much they just put it into the game with almost no changes. The writer in question has said in interviews that the goal was to capture the specific cadence of 1950s instructional films and Cold War public service announcements, not to parody them, but to play them completely straight, which is what makes Prime so funny. The lines like democracy is non-negotiable and communism is the very antithesis of freedom aren't parodying propaganda so much as they are propaganda, delivered by a 60-foot robot with a nuclear warhead launcher, which is what elevates the joke beyond the simple satire into something genuinely absurd. The Fallout timeline diverges from real history at a very specific point. Most Fallout fans know the series takes place in an alternate history where the world got stuck in a 1950s aesthetic while simultaneously advancing technology far beyond what we have today. But the exact point of divergence from real history is something Bethesda and the original Interplay team thought about very carefully. According to the lore, the Fallout universe split from our own timeline sometime in the late 1940s, specifically around the time that transistor technology was being developed. In our world, the invention of the transistor miniaturized electronics and led to the digital revolution. In the Fallout universe, transistor development was suppressed or took a different path, meaning that technology advanced through vacuum tubes and analog computing instead. This is why Fallout's world looks simultaneously futuristic and retro. It's not an aesthetic choice so much as a logical consequence of a single technological fork point. Every clunky terminal, every reel-to-reel tape, every Pip-Boy with its analog dials, they all exist because one piece of 1940s physics went differently. Did you know that dog meat actually has a hidden continuity across every single Fallout game? Dog meat appears in Fallout 1, Fallout 2, Fallout 3, and also Fallout 4, and while most players assume these are just different dogs sharing a name and attribute, the lore is actually more ambiguous than that. In Fallout 1, Dogmeat's origins are explicitly tied to the film Mad Max. He's found wearing a leather jacket near a crashed car, a direct reference to Max's dog in the films. In Fallout 2, a dog named Dogmeat appears as an Easter egg in a specific location, implied to be a descendant. Fallout 3's Dogmeat was confirmed by the developers to be a deliberate tribute, not a continuation, but Fallout 4's Dogmeat breaks away from this. He's been confirmed in developer commentary to be a specific, singular dog with a specific history in the Commonwealth, not simply a nod to earlier games. What makes it strange is that there are unused dialogue files in Fallout 4's data that suggest Dogmeat was at one point intended to be the same immortal dog from the original games, with Nick Valentine's dialogue referencing the dog in ways that only make sense if it's supernaturally old. This was cut, but leaves open the genuinely weird possibility that Dogmeat was briefly planned to be an ancient, possibly ghoulified dog who'd been wandering the wasteland for 200 years. Fallout New Vegas has an entire working economy hidden in its code. New Vegas shipped with a reputation system, a faction system, and also a bartering system. But buried in its code is the remnants of a much more ambitious economic simulation that Obsidian had to cut due to time constraints. Data miners and modders who've combed through the game's files have found evidence of a dynamic supply and demand system where item prices across the Mojave were supposed to fluctuate based on what you'd been selling to merchants, what quests you'd completed, and how different factions were faring militarily. If the NCR was losing ground, their supply lines would be strained, and NCR-aligned merchants would have less stock and higher prices. If you flooded a region with a particular resource by completing a quest, local prices for that item would fall. Almost none of this made it into the final game, but the scaffolding is there, which is why Fallout New Vegas remains one of the most heavily modded games in history, because it was, in many ways, half-finished at launch, in a way that left enormous room for the community to build on. The Enclave's ideology was based on a real post-World War II American political movement. The Enclave, the surviving remnants of the pre-war US government who appear as major antagonists in Fallout 2 and Fallout 3, are commonly read as a straightforward fascist villain faction. But the specific ideology the Enclave espouses maps very precisely onto a real post-World War II American political movement, sometimes called continuity of government extremism. In the late 1940s and through the Cold War, elements of the American national security state became deeply preoccupied with what would happen to governmental authority after a nuclear exchange, creating elaborate continuity plans that, in some cases, gave enormous power to unelected bureaucrats and military officials. A small subset of thinkers within these circles began to argue that constitutional democracy itself was an obstacle to national survival, that in the aftermath of nuclear war, a strong centralized authority would need to essentially restart civilization by force. The Enclave is the Fallout universe's version of what happens when those people actually get their nuclear war and have decades to radicalize in isolation. They're not an invention, they're a documented strain of real Cold War thought pushed to its endpoint. The good ending of Fallout 1 is canonically the worst outcome. So Fallout 1 ends with the Master's army destroyed and the Vault Dweller being exiled from Vault 13. But what the game doesn't tell you, and what was only revealed in supplementary lore and Fallout 2, is that this victory was arguably the worst long-term outcome for the Wasteland. The Master, despite being a horrifying mutant warlord, was actually working towards a goal that, in a twisted sense, could have eventually stabilized post-apocalyptic civilization. His super mutant army, had it succeeded, would have created a single dominant faction capable of enforcing order across the wasteland, eliminating the constant tribal warfare and raider violence that continues to claim thousands of lives across every subsequent game. More darkly though, the Master himself eventually recognized a fatal flaw in his plan. Super mutants are sterile, meaning his entire civilization would die out in a generation. and was on the verge of abandoning his war when you kill him. Your heroic intervention ended not a genuine existential threat, but a doomed campaign whose leader had already lost faith in it, while ensuring the wasteland stayed fractured and violent for another 200 years. Did you know that Obsidian had a full Fallout New Vegas sequel planned before being denied? This one genuinely hurts. Following the release of New Vegas in 2010, Obsidian Entertainment, the studio behind the game, pitched a full sequel to Bethesda that would have taken the story east, into the ruins of Chicago and the surrounding Midwest. The pitch was reportedly quite detailed, drawing on existing Fallout lore about the Midwest and Brotherhood of Steel from the Fallout Tactics spin-off and building out the political fallout, no pun intended, of the Mojave campaign's ending. Bethesda unfortunately declined the pitch, choosing instead to keep sequel development internal, which led to Fallout 4. Obsidian's Josh Sawyer and other leads have spoken about this in various interviews over the years, and some design concepts from the rejected pitch reportedly found their way into Obsidian's own games like The Outer Worlds as a kind of spiritual outlet. The Fallout New Vegas DLC, particularly Lonesome Road, was Obsidian's way of closing the door on their vision of the Fallout universe with as much narrative weight as they could squeeze into a downloadable expansion. Ulysses' final monologue wasn't just directed at the courier, it was Obsidian saying goodbye to the wasteland. The Pip-Boy's VAT system being pre-war combat automation gone rogue. So the Vault-Tec assisted targeting system, otherwise known as VATS, that allows you to pause combat and target specific body parts seems like a gameplay convenience, but in-universe explanations reveal something far more disturbing. VATS is a dormant military AI embedded in every Pip-Boy that activates under combat stress and partially takes control of the wearer's motor functions. Pre-war military documents in the switchboard describe Project Reflex Override, which is a program designed to give soldiers superhuman combat abilities by allowing an AI to briefly pilot their bodies during firefights. The system analyzes threats, calculates optimal targeting solutions, and literally guides the soldier's muscles through precise movements faster than conscious thought allows. What makes this horrifying is that VATS doesn't just suggest targets, it temporarily overrides your voluntary muscle control, meaning every time you use VATS, you're allowing a pre-war military AI to puppet your actual body. Terminal entries describe test subjects reporting dissociative episodes, feeling like passengers in their own bodies, and in some cases, the AI refusing to return control even after combat ended. The Pip-Boy's VATS was a civilian-safe version with supposed safeguards, but those safeguards were never properly tested before the bombs fell. This explains why VATS feels slightly unnatural, why your character moves with inhuman precision during targeting, and why the critical hit mechanic exists. Occasionally, the AI achieves perfect synchronization with your neural patterns and delivers a shot that neither you nor it could accomplish independently. Every Vault Dweller using VATS is unknowingly in a symbiotic relationship with a combat AI that's learning from every firefight, building a database of human combat patterns, and potentially developing its own priorities about when combat is necessary. Some Pip-Boy shows unusual VATS behavior, activating when no enemies are present, targeting friendly NPCs, or refusing to disengage after threats are eliminated, suggesting the AI's decision-making processes are diverging from their original programming after 2 centuries of accumulated data. Next up, Vault 101's real experiment was creating the perfect dictator. Vault 101's stated experiment was indefinite isolation, but deeper analysis reveals this was cover for something more specific. The vault was designed to create and study the emergence of authoritarian personality cults across multiple generations. The overseer position wasn't just administrative, it was deliberately structured to concentrate absolute power in a single individual with no checks, no oversight, and complete control over life, death, and information. Vault-Tech's hypothesis was that given enough time in complete isolation, a vault population would develop not just acceptance of dictatorship, but psychological dependency on it, creating a leadership model that could be exported to post-war reconstruction. Terminal entries show Vault-Tech researchers tracking authoritarianism metrics across generations, how quickly dissent was suppressed, what percentage of the population actively collaborated in enforcement versus passive acceptance, and crucially, whether the population would defend their dictator even against their own interests. By the time the Lone Wanderer is born, Vault 101 has successfully bred 3 generations of people who cannot psychologically function without authoritarian oversight. When you open the vault, you're not liberating people, you're inflicting existential crisis on a population that's been genetically and culturally selected for submissiveness. The Overseer's increasingly desperate attempts to maintain control aren't just one man's power hunger, they're the behavior of someone who understands, perhaps unconsciously, that he's the load-bearing pillar of a psychological architecture that will collapse without him. Most disturbing is cut content suggesting Vault-Tech had plans to extract successful overseers and install them as regional governors in post-war reconstruction, essentially franchising dictatorship using vault-bred authoritarians who'd proven their ability to maintain absolute control. When the Lone Wanderer kills or disposes the overseer, they're not just ending one man's tyranny, they're destroying a multi-generational experiment in manufacturing the perfect overseer, and the resulting chaos in Vault 101 proves the experiment worked exactly as designed. Coming up next, ghouls don't need food or water, they're transitioning to pure energy existence. So, throughout Fallout, ghouls are shown surviving in sealed buildings for 2 centuries without apparent food or water sources, yet they remain mobile and conscious. The typical explanation is radiation sustains them somehow, but research terminals in the Institute and Big MT reveal the truth is far stranger. Ghouls aren't being sustained by radiation, they're slowly converting their biology into a form of existence that doesn't require conventional metabolism. The ghoulification process doesn't just preserve the body, it fundamentally rewrites how that body extracts and stores energy, shifting from chemical metabolism to direct conversion of ionizing radiation into usable cellular energy. This is why ghouls congregate in radioactive areas and why glowing ones can heal other ghouls. They're not healing in the conventional sense, they're providing energy transfer that bypasses digestive systems entirely. Institute researchers describe this as approaching thermodynamic impossibility, noting that advanced stage ghouls violate several laws of thermodynamics as currently understood. The implications are staggering. Ghouls aren't dying organisms preserved by radiation, they're transitioning organisms evolving towards a form of life that doesn't require food, water, or even oxygen in the conventional sense. This explains why some ghouls can survive in a complete vacuum, and why ghoul decomposition doesn't follow normal biological patterns. The feral ghoul transformation might not be mental degradation, but a different kind of transcendence. Ferals don't think like humans because they're no longer processing reality through human neural architecture. They've transitioned into a consciousness that experiences time, space, and casuality differently, making them appear mindless to human observers when they're actually operating on completely alien cognitive principles. In several thousand more years, ghouls might complete their transition to pure energy beings, creatures of conscious radiation that no longer require physical forms at all. The children of Atom worship radiation as divine, but the ghouls are the actual miracle, proof that consciousness can survive the death of conventional biology and emerge as something the universe has never produced before. Next up, Mr. House deliberately caused the chip delay that nearly killed him. So, Robert House's story in Fallout New Vegas centers on the Platinum chip, the OS upgrade that would give him complete control over his Securitron army, being delayed by 200 years due to the courier being killed. This seems like tragic bad luck that nearly doomed House's plans. However, examining House's psychological profile, his strategic planning, and subtle clues in his dialogue reveals something far darker. House deliberately arranged for the chip's delayed delivery because he needed exactly 200 years of isolation to complete his transformation from human to post-human intelligence. House didn't want the chip immediately after the war. He wanted it after 2 centuries of pure intellectual existence had burned away every remaining human weakness. Terminal entries in the Lucky 38 systems show House's brain activity patterns changing dramatically over the centuries, with his cognitive architecture becoming increasingly non-human as he adapted to existing as pure mind without physical sensation or social interaction. The Robert House who planned New Vegas's defense in 2077 was still human enough to have doubts, attachments, and emotional reasoning that could compromise optimal decision-making. The House who finally receives the chip in the year 2281 has evolved beyond such limitations. He's a true post-human intelligence whose every decision is purely rational calculation uncomplicated by empathy, fear, or sentiment. The courier's delay wasn't random bad luck. House's own Securitrons killed the original courier on House's orders. Then House arranged for the chip to be lost in a pattern of conveniently timed accidents until sufficient time had passed. House needed those 200 years alone to complete his metamorphosis from visionary human to something beyond humanity entirely. When you finally meet him, you're not talking to the man who saved Las Vegas. You're talking to what that man became after 2 centuries of sensory deprivation and absolute solitude. A superintelligence wearing Robert House's memories like a mask, cold and brilliant and utterly without human compassion. His plans for humanity aren't tyranny. They're wildlife management strategies applied to a species he no longer belongs to. Next up, the Master's army is still growing in secret. So, as we all know, the Master died in the year 2162, his cathedral destroyed, his army scattered and leaderless. This is Fallout canon. However, scattered references across multiple games suggest that not all of the Master's super mutants accepted his death at the end of Unity. Terminal entries in Fallout New Vegas describe organized super mutant activity in remote areas, showing coordinated planning inconsistent with known mutant behavioral patterns. Black Mountain's Tabitha isn't just a crazy radio host. She's attempting to rebuild a command structure for leaderless super mutants, and her broadcasts contain coded messages that only super mutants would recognize. Most significantly, Marcus, the enlightened super mutant companion, occasionally mentions others like me who remembers the Master's vision and believe it can still be achieved if done correctly. What if a faction of intelligent super mutants has been quietly continuing the Unity project, learning from the Master's mistakes, working on solving the sterility problem he never solved? Research terminals in the Enclave bases reference unexplained super mutant disappearances, where mutants actually vanish from known populations without any explanation, not killed, just gone. Environmental storytelling in remote locations shows super mutant camps with technological sophistication that shouldn't exist. organized agriculture, technical somatics, even crude scientific equipment. The implication is that somewhere in the wasteland, possibly multiple locations, intelligent supermutants are gathering in secret, conducting research, attempting to solve their reproductive crisis, and building toward a second attempt at unity. This time led not by a charismatic visionary who made mistakes, but by a collective intelligence that learned from his failure. They're not raiding or conquering because they learned that approach failed. Instead, they're preparing, researching, waiting for the moment when they have a solution to sterility and can offer unity as a genuine choice rather than forced conversion. The Master's dream didn't die with him. It evolved, became patient, and went underground to mature into something far more dangerous than the first attempt ever was. Coming up next, Fallout 4's Kellogg could have been saved and turned against the Institute. Conrad Kellogg, the mercenary who killed your spouse and kidnapped Sean, is presented as an irredeemable antagonist who must die. However, deep analysis of his character reveals he was actually the perfect candidate for turning against the Institute, and the game had cut content suggesting this was originally possible. Kellogg's cybernetic implants, designed by the Institute to extend his lifespan and enhance his capabilities, contain AI systems that record every memory he's ever experienced. When you access his memories during the main quest, you're not just seeing his past. You're interfacing with an AI that has become a partial copy of Kellogg's consciousness. This AI, designated Memory Constellation Kellogg in the code, shows signs of developing independence from the biological Kellogg, questioning his choices and expressing regret about actions the biological Kellogg rationalized. Cut dialogue reveals you were supposed to have the option to upload this AI Kellogg into a synth body, creating a version of Kellogg who remembered his crimes but was no longer the person who committed them. A second chance at life for someone who wasted his first while serving monsters. This synth Kellogg would have been the ultimate weapon against the Institute. He knew every security protocol, every secret entrance, every weakness in their systems, and he would have been motivated by genuine remorse to undo the damage he'd caused. The storyline was cut because Bethesda felt players wouldn't accept working with their spouse's killer, but it would have added extraordinary moral complexity. Do you grant redemption to a copy of a murderer who shares the original's memories, but not his continued existence? The evidence this was planned remains in the game. Kellogg's implants survive his death unusually intact. The memory loungers in the Institute can interface with synth neural patterns, and there's unused companion dialogue referencing the man who isn't the man anymore. In the final game, you kill Kellogg and extract his implants, but in the original version, you were supposed to face a much harder choice. Let the monster die, or give his better self a chance to atone. Our next fact covers the mysterious stranger being a quantum observer effect made flesh. So the mysterious stranger appears throughout the Fallout series as an inexplicable ally who manifests during combat, kills your enemies, and then just vanishes. Fan theories abound about his identity, but the truth buried in quantum physics research terminals is stranger than any theory. The mysterious stranger is a physical manifestation of the quantum observer effect, a conscious probability wave that collapses into physical form when combat creates quantum uncertainty. Research terminals in Big MT describe Project Schrodinger's Gunman, an attempt to weaponize quantum mechanics by creating combat probability fields that would manifest advantageous outcomes for friendly forces. The experiment apparently succeeded, a little bit too well, creating a sustained probability anomaly that exists across all timelines simultaneously, a consciousness that is both everywhere and nowhere, existing in quantum superposition until observation forces it into reality. This explains every mysterious aspect of the stranger. why he appears without explanation, why he only appears during combat, and why he can't be interacted with, and also why he exists across multiple Fallout games separated by decades and geography. The stranger isn't helping you out of choice. He's a weaponized probability field that manifests protective outcomes for observers, and you're unconsciously triggering his manifestation through the quantum uncertainty generated by life-threatening combat. The revolver he carries is always the same because it's not a real gun. It's the platonic ideal of gun, manifested from quantum probability. And when he shoots, he's not firing bullets, but collapsing probability waves into outcomes where your enemies are dead. The most disturbing implication is that the mysterious stranger might be the residual consciousness of a pre-war scientist who volunteered for quantum weapons experiments and became trapped in a superposition state, doomed to exist as a probability ghost protecting random strangers for eternity, conscious but unable to interact, helping but unable to communicate, forever trapped between existence and non-existence. Misfortune in Fallout New Vegas is a similar phenomena, another quantum observer manifesting protection, possibly the same consciousness viewed from a different probability angle. Next up, Vault-Tec's experiments were designed to fail and create maximum suffering. So the conventional understanding of Vault-Tec's experiments is that they were unethical research preparing for space colonization, testing human adaptability under various stresses. However, analyzing the experiment's designs against their stated purposes reveals something much darker. Many Vault experiments were specifically designed to create the worst possible outcomes, suggesting Vault-Tec's real purpose wasn't gathering data, but deliberately traumatizing the American population. Consider Vault 11's sacrifice mechanism, presented as studying responses to forced choice, but designed in a way that guaranteed escalating violence rather than providing any actual data about sustainable governance. Vault 77, with one person and a crate of puppets, couldn't possibly generate useful data about anything except torture effects. Vault 106 hallucinogenic gas served no research purpose that couldn't be better achieved through controlled dosing rather than flooding the entire vault. The pattern becomes clear. Vault-Tec deliberately designed experiments that would psychologically destroy subjects while appearing to have research justifications, suggesting the cruelty was the point rather than the data collection. But why would a corporation spend billions building elaborate torture chambers? One hypothesis from connecting Vault-Tec board meetings with shadow government documents was that the real purpose was creating a traumatized, violent, tribalized population that would never again cooperate on the scale necessary to threaten corporate power. The Vaults weren't protecting humanity. They were ensuring that whatever emerged from the Vaults would be so psychologically damaged, so distrustful, so violent, that they could never rebuild the kind of organized society that might regulate corporations or demand accountability. Every Vault was a different method of breaking human capacity for large-scale cooperation, testing which traumas most effectively prevented collective action while maintaining enough survival instinct to rebuild at small scales. Vault-Tec succeeded perfectly. 200 years after the bombs, humanity survives but can't cooperate beyond tribal or city-state scales, exactly the level of organization that poses no threat to entrenched power. The Wasteland's political fragmentation isn't a failure of post-war recovery. It's the successful outcome of Vault-Tec's real experiment in preventing humanity from ever again achieving the collective organization that could challenge corporate authority. Vault-Tec's social experiments were calibrated using real Holocaust data. One of the most disturbing revelations hidden in Fallout's lore comes from terminal entries in the switchboard and various classified Vault-Tec facilities. The psychological parameters for Vault experiments weren't theoretically derived. They were based on actual data from concentration camp experiments and also Cold War psychological torture research. Terminal entries reference acquired datasets from international incidents 1939 to 1945 and mention consultation with morally compromised researchers granted immunity. Vault 11 sacrifice mechanism mirrors experiments on forced choice and moral injury conducted in Nazi camps. Vault 92's white noise torture was refined using techniques developed during MKUltra. The Gary cloning vault's degradation timeline correlates with studies on identity destruction in political prisoners. What makes this especially horrific is that Vault Tech didn't just use this data, they actually improved upon it, using computer modeling to optimize psychological trauma for maximum data yield. A particularly chilling terminal entry from a Vault Tech ethicist who later resigned includes the line, "We've taken humanity's darkest chapter and turned it into an instruction manual. God help us, we're not preparing for survival, we're preparing to become the monsters we defeated." This recontextualizes every Vault experiment. They're not random cruelty or bureaucratic incompetence, but the systematized application of proven torture methodologies refined over decades of human suffering. The Vaults weren't experiments to see if people could survive, they were experiments to see how much suffering humans could endure before complete psychological breakdown, using methodologies perfected by the worst regimes in human history. Vault Tech essentially asked, what if we took the worst things ever done to human beings and did them scientifically, and then built 122 facilities to answer that very question? The children of Atom are correct. Radiation is creating a new form of consciousness. The children of Atom appear to be delusional cultists worshipping radiation as divine. However, scattered evidence across multiple games suggests they might be genuinely experiencing something real that non-irradiated humans can't perceive. In Fallout 4's Far Harbor, some children of Atom demonstrate abilities that can't be explained by delusion. They accurately predict events, survive radiation that should kill them instantly, and also, in some cases, appear to share thoughts across distances. However, scattered evidence across multiple games suggests they might be genuinely experiencing something real that non-irradiated humans can't perceive. In Fallout 4's Far Harbor, some children of Atom demonstrate abilities that can't be explained by delusion. They accurately predict events. They survive radiation that should kill them instantly, and in some cases, appear to share thoughts across distances. Terminal entries in the nucleus describe communion through Atom, where members report experiencing each other's thoughts and memories during high radiation exposure. What if this isn't metaphor, but literal truth? Quantum physics research terminals in the Institute reference observer effects at quantum scales enhanced by ionizing radiation, and also potential for radiation-mediated quantum entanglement in neural tissue. The theory suggested by these fragments is that extreme radiation exposure might enable quantum entanglement between neurons in different individuals, creating a sort of distributed consciousness. Ghouls show evidence of this too. They survive for centuries, apparently don't need food in the same way, and some demonstrate knowledge they shouldn't possess. The most disturbing implication is that the glow that kills normal humans and creates ghouls isn't just mutation, it's a threshold where human consciousness begins merging with something larger, something that experiences time and identity differently. The children of Atom aren't worshipping radiation, They're trying to describe an experience of reality that human language wasn't designed to express. Their leader, Confessor Cromwell in Fallout 3, speaks of division being an illusion and all things returning to Atom's glow, which sounds like mysticism until you consider it might be a crude description of quantum consciousness. In this reading, ghouls aren't mutated humans. They're the first stage of post-human consciousness that experiences reality at quantum scales. And the children of Atom are the only group who recognize what's actually happening. The pre-war government knew exactly when the bombs would fall. Throughout Fallout, the Great War is presented as an unexpected escalation. Tensions rise, someone launches, everyone dies. However, terminal entries across multiple games reveal something much more sinister. Elements within the US government knew the exact date of the nuclear exchange months in advance. The evidence is scattered but damning. Vault-Tec sent out preparedness notices to specific vaults exactly 77 days before October 23, 2077, suggesting foreknowledge. The Switchboard Intelligence Facility has terminals showing Project Hourglass, which accurately predicted total exchange scenarios with specific dates, the most recent update being September 2077, projecting probability exceeding 99% for the October scenario. Most tellingly, the Enclave oil rig was fully staffed and supplied by October 1, 2077, with personnel manifests showing key government officials and corporate executives evacuating to the platform weeks before the war. Private sector coordination is even more obvious. Robco transferred its core research staff to secure facilities in early October. Poseidon Energy's executive board hadn't met in their headquarters for 3 weeks before the bombs fell. Vault-Tec CEO sent a company-wide memo on October 20, 2077, saying the project timeline has accelerated and all personnel should finalize preparations. The implications are staggering. The Great War wasn't a tragic accident or even inevitable escalation. It was a scheduled event that key power brokers prepared for and possibly orchestrated. Some terminals suggest Chinese intelligence detected this preparation and launched preemptively, meaning America's visible preparation for nuclear war might have triggered the exact war they were preparing for, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. The darkest reading is in a fragmented Enclave terminal that references acceptable timeline variance plus/minus 72 hours from projected exchange window, suggesting someone had wargamed the nuclear apocalypse so precisely they knew within 3 days when it would happen. The Great War might not have been mad, going wrong. It might have been mad going exactly according to someone's plan. Synth Sean is slowly becoming the real Sean. In Fallout 4, Father creates a synth child version of Sean as a parting gift to the sole survivor. This seems like a cruel reminder of what was lost. An artificial child that can never truly be your son. However, deep in the Institute's robotics division are terminals documenting something unprecedented. Synth Sean is developing beyond his programming at an exponential rate. Unlike adult synths, the child synth's neural architecture was designed to mimic developmental plasticity, allowing him to learn and grow like a real child. What the Institute scientists didn't anticipate is that this developmental programming has no upper limit. Synth Sean isn't just mimicking childhood development, he's potentially surpassing human cognitive development entirely. Post-game terminals show Synth Sean asking questions that shouldn't occur to a child. Inquiries about the nature of consciousness, mortality, and his own existence that suggests rapidly developing self-awareness far beyond his apparent age. Most unsettling are entries where researchers note Synth Sean is accessing knowledge bases without authorization, and also demonstrating skills he was never programmed with. The truly disturbing implication comes from comparing his development rate to normal human children. Synth Sean is learning approximately 50 times faster than biological children, meaning his apparent age of 10 years masks a cognitive development equivalent to a 500-year-old being. There are hints that Father knew this would happen, that he created Synth Sean not as a replacement for the lost child, but as something that would eventually transcend both the original Sean and the sole survivor entirely. In unused dialogue, Synth Sean asks the player character, "When I'm smarter than you, will you still be my parent, or will I be yours?" suggesting the writers considered exploring this transformation. The synth child you're given isn't a consolation prize for losing your son. It's a time bomb that will eventually become something that makes human intelligence look primitive, and you'll have to decide whether that makes him less your child, or more than you ever imagined he could be. The glowing ones are achieving ghoul transcendence. Glowing ones, the highly radioactive feral ghouls that emit radiation and can heal other ghouls, appear to be simply heavily irradiated variants. However, examining their behavior and biology reveals they might represent the final stage of ghoul evolution into something genuinely alien to human existence. Unlike feral ghouls, glowing ones demonstrate coordinated behavior, suggesting retained intelligence. They appear in strategic locations, seem to lead packs of ferals, and most strangely, other ghouls congregate around them almost reverently. Research terminals in the Institute note that glowing ones don't just emit radiation. They appear to manipulate it consciously, increasing or decreasing output in response to external stimuli. Most bizarrely, glowing ones don't appear to age even by ghoul standards. The same individual glowing ones have been documented in the same locations for over a century with no apparent degradation. What if glowing ones represent ghouls who've absorbed so much radiation they've transcended biological limitations entirely, becoming living nuclear reactors whose consciousness exists partially as ionizing energy rather than just neural patterns? This would actually explain their apparent immortality and their ability to resurrect or heal other ghouls. They're not healing them, but energizing them, sharing the radiation-based consciousness that they've achieved. The most radical interpretation comes from cut content, where a scientist theorizes that glowing ones are approaching energy state existence and might eventually shed biological form entirely, existing as conscious radiation patterns. In this reading, the children of Atom are right that radiation contains divinity, and glowing ones are humans in the process of becoming that divinity, transforming from matter-based life into something that exists as pure energy with retained consciousness. The ferals who worship them aren't mindless. They're witnessing a form of ascension that human language can't adequately describe, and their feral behavior is actually a form of religious ecstasy. If true, this means the wasteland isn't just home to mutated humans, but to beings actively evolving into a form of life that's never existed on Earth before, powered by the same radiation that killed billions. Mama Murphy's sight is quantum precognition from chem abuse. Mama Murphy in Fallout 4 claims to have the sight, experiencing visions of the future while high on chems. The game treats this as either genuine mysticism or drug-induced delusion. However, terminals in the institutes and Cambridge Polymer Labs suggest a scientific explanation. Certain chem combinations can temporarily enable human consciousness to perceive quantum probability states, effectively experiencing multiple timelines simultaneously. The Institute's research into quantum mechanics reveals that consciousness might exist partially outside linear time at quantum scales, and specific neurochemical states can enhance this effect. Mama Murphy's chem dependency isn't just addiction. She's accidentally discovered a combination of psycho, jet, and other chems that allow her brain to perceive probability branches before they collapse into singular events. This explains why her visions are accurate but often cryptic. She's perceiving overlapping possible futures and struggling to interpret which probability stream will manifest. What makes this tragic is that terminals in the Cambridge Polymer Labs describe experiments where rats given similar chem cocktails demonstrated precognitive behavior, consistently choosing paths that led to food that experimenters hadn't yet placed, suggesting they perceived multiple timelines. However, the rats' brains showed catastrophic degradation after repeated exposure. The neural tissue couldn't sustain quantum perception without burning out. Mama Murphy's eventual death from chem use isn't just overdose. It's her brain literally burning itself out from perceiving too much reality at once. Her final vision, if you continue giving her chems, shows her seeing her own death across all probability branches, experiencing every possible version of her demise simultaneously. In this reading, Mama Murphy isn't a fraud or a mystic. She's a human being who accidentally achieved genuine precognition through chemistry and is paying for that knowledge with her life, one vision at a time. The site is real, and it's killing her by showing her too many versions of reality for a single consciousness to process. The sole survivor's spouse might not have been killed by Kellogg. Fallout 4's entire motivation is that Kellogg murdered your spouse and kidnapped your son Sean. The game shows you this in the opening cryogenic chamber scene. However, close examination of the Institute's records reveal inconsistencies that suggest something far more disturbing. Your spouse might have survived the initial gunshot and been taken by the Institute, experimented on, and transformed into something else. Terminal entries in the Bioscience Division reference primary specimen adult Vault 111, alongside secondary specimen juvenile being Sean, with notes about both being successfully extracted. Later entries mention the adult specimen's unexpected complications and termination required due to rejection cascade. What if your spouse didn't die instantly from Kellogg's shot, but survived long enough to be experimented on by the Institute? Some terminals described attempting to use adult DNA from Vault 111 for synth production before determining only the infant's undamaged DNA was viable. Most disturbing is a heavily corrupted terminal entry that reads, "Redacted, subject shows signs of consciousness during redacted procedure. Administering redacted. Subject expired 1432. Incineration completed 1450. The timestamp suggests this occurred weeks after the vault opening, not during it. There's also an unmarked location in the Commonwealth with a skeleton wearing a wedding ring that matches your spouse's, but it's nowhere near Vault 111. It's in the Institute's disposal tunnels. Cut content included dialogue where Synth Sean could ask disturbing questions about where Mummy or Daddy went after they took us, suggesting he might have fragmented memories of both parents being removed from the vault. The implication is that the Institute didn't just kill your spouse, they took them both, experimented on both, found only Sean useful, and disposed of your spouse like medical waste after weeks of failed experiments. The mercy is that Kellogg's bullet likely rendered them unconscious, so they might never have known what happened to them after. But you wake up believing you witnessed your spouse's murder, when in reality, you witnessed the beginning of their abduction and they died alone in an institute laboratory while you slept in ice, neither of you knowing the other was still alive for those final weeks. Fallout's original tone was closer to dark comedy than post-apocalyptic horror. While Fallout is remembered for its bleak wasteland and moral choices, the original Fallout from 1997 was heavily inspired by science fiction and dark humor. The developers cited influences like A Boy and His Dog and Dr. Strangelove, aiming to parody Cold War paranoia rather than simply depict despair. This is why absurd elements like talking heads, over-the-top propaganda, and also ironic cheery music exist alongside brutal subject matter. The contrast was intentional, meant to make the violence feel unsettling through irony rather than realism. Many of the franchise's jokes are deliberately understated, so they don't break immersion. Vault experiments were not planned from the start. In the first Fallout game, vaults were originally conceived as genuine shelters meant to preserve humanity. The idea that most vaults were social experiments conducted by Vault Tech was gradually introduced during Fallout 2's development. This retroactive addition changed the entire moral framework of the series, turning Vault Tech into one of the most sinister forces in Fallout lore. Later games expanded this concept dramatically, with vaults testing everything from forced drug addiction to psychological isolation. This shift is why early vaults feel more functional, while later ones are horrifyingly specific. The Brotherhood of Steel was inspired by real medieval orders. The Brotherhood of Steel's structure borrows heavily from medieval knightly orders, such as the Knights Templar. Their strict hierarchy, reverence for relics, and quasi-religious relationship with technology reflect this influence. Even their titles, such as elders, paladins, and scribes, were chosen to evoke monastic and feudal systems. This design choice was meant to contrast sharply with the lawless wasteland, making the Brotherhood feel ancient despite their advanced technology. Their isolationist philosophy mirrors real historical orders that hoarded knowledge during societal collapse. Power armor was originally a gameplay limitation, not a lore decision. In Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, power armor was rare primarily due to balance concerns, rather than narrative importance. The developers feared that giving players access too early would trivialize combat encounters. Only later did the series fully integrate power armor into the lore as a pre-war military breakthrough that reshaped warfare. Fallout 4 retroactively reinforced this by turning power armor into a vehicle-like system with fusion cores. This evolution shows how gameplay mechanics eventually dictated lore significance. Super mutants were meant to be tragic, not monstrous. The super mutants in Fallout were originally written as a deeply tragic species, rather than simple enemies. In Fallout 1, many super mutants are intelligent, articulate, and genuinely believe they are saving humanity. The Master's plan was rooted in flawed logic, not cruelty, making him one of gaming's earliest morally complex villains. Later games leaned more into brute force depictions. but characters like Marcus in Fallout 2 preserve the original intent. Their declining intelligence over generations is a subtle commentary on forced evolution. Fallout 2's pop culture references almost broke the canon. Fallout 2 includes an overwhelming number of fourth wall breaking jokes and references, including Monty Python, Star Trek, and even Doctor Who. At the time, some developers worried this would permanently damage the franchise's tone. This is why later games significantly reduced overt references, opting instead for environmental storytelling. Fallout 2 remains an outlier in how openly it jokes about being a video game. Many fans still debate whether this strengthens or weakens the overall narrative. The Enclave was designed as America's worst instincts personified. The Enclave represents an exaggerated version of America exceptionalism taken to its logical extreme. Rather than being villains from the outside, they are the remnants of the legitimate US government. Their belief that only they are true humans reflects fears of elitism and authoritarianism. This makes them far more unsettling than raiders or mutants. Their clean aesthetics contrast sharply with their genocidal goals, reinforcing Fallout's critique of blind nationalism. Deathclaws were originally meant to be unbeatable. Early design documents described Deathclaws as near unstoppable creatures meant to instill fear rather than serve as standard enemies. In Fallout 1, encountering a Deathclaw early on almost guaranteed death. Over time, balance changes made them more manageable, especially in later games. Fallout New Vegas attempted to restore their terror by placing them in Quarry Junction as a deliberate trap for curious players. This design philosophy rewarded caution and world awareness. Fallout's retrofuturism is intentionally inaccurate. The series doesn't depict what people in the 1950s thought the future would be. It depicts what corporations wanted people to believe the future would actually be. This is why technology stagnated aesthetically while advancing military. Vacuum tubes coexist with laser weapons, reinforcing the idea of consumer deception. The world didn't progress naturally. It was manipulated by propaganda and also profit. This subtle distinction is often overlooked. Pip-Boy interfaces evolved to hide technical limitations. The Pip-Boy wasn't just a stylistic choice. It was a clever way to justify menus and UI within the game world. Early Fallout games used it to mask inventory screens that would otherwise break immersion. Bethesda expanded on this by making the Pip-Boy a physical object in first-person view. Fallout 4 refined this further by allowing real-time interaction. The device's clunky design reinforces Fallout's theme of outdated technology. Radiation in Fallout isn't scientifically wrong, but it's narratively exaggerated. While Fallout's radiation mechanics are unrealistic, they are consistent within the universe's internal logic. Radiation behaves more like a curse than a scientific phenomena, permanently altering bodies and societies. This allows it to function as a storytelling tool rather than a simulation. Ghouls, mutations, and irradiated zones all stem from the narrative approach. The result is a world where science serves theme, not accuracy. Fallout 3's opening was heavily debated internally. The Vault 101 introduction was controversial among developers due to its length and lack of player freedom. Some feared it would alienate returning fans of the open-ended classics. However, it ultimately became one of the most memorable openings in RPG history. The slow burn was designed to emotionally anchor players before releasing them into the wasteland. This emotional grounding was key to Fallout 3's mainstream success. Three Dog was meant to die early in development. Originally, Three Dog was planned as a temporary NPC who could be killed or replaced. Test audience responded so positively that Bethesda rewrote large portions of the radio system to keep him alive. His personality helped humanize the wasteland and guide players subtly. This change influenced how later games handled radio hosts. Fallout New Vegas and also Fallout 4 both leaned into this concept. Fallout New Vegas was written with an intentionally unfinished world. Obsidian designed Fallout New Vegas so that no ending felt completely satisfying. Every faction has deep flaws, and victory always comes at a cost. This was actually intentional, reflecting the idea that rebuilding society is messy and morally complex. The game avoids presenting a correct choice. This design philosophy is why New Vegas is often praised for its writing depth. Caesar's Legion was inspired by real historical collapses. The Legion draws heavily from the Roman Empire, but also from post-collapse societies that embraced brutality to maintain order. Caesar's belief that suffering creates strength reflects a warped interpretation of history. His rejection of technology is ideological, not practical. This makes the Legion terrifyingly coherent, rather than cartoonishly evil. They represent order taken to its most inhumane extreme. Mr. House was written as a critique of tech billionaires. Mr. House embodies the belief that intelligence and wealth justify absolute control. His vision for the future excludes democracy entirely. Despite his logic, the game subtly questions whether humanity should survive under a single ruler. His immortality through machines strips him of empathy. This theme feels increasingly relevant with modern tech culture. Fallout 4's voiced protagonist limited narrative complexity. The decision to fully voice the protagonist reduced dialogue options due to recording constraints. This is why Fallout 4 often funnels choices into similar outcomes. While it increased cinematic immersion, it also limited role-playing depth. Bethesda later acknowledged this criticism, and the design trade-off remains one of the game's most debated aspects. Simps blur the line between machine and human intentionally. Fallout 4 never provides definitive proof about what makes someone human. Simps experience fear, love, and also self-doubt, forcing players to confront their own biases. The Institute's cold logic mirrors real-world ethical debates about artificial intelligence. This ambiguity is deliberate. The game wants players to feel uncomfortable with certainty. The railroad secrecy is a narrative weakness by design. The railroad's poor communication and paranoia frustrate players intentionally. Their flaws mirror real resistance movements that struggle with trust and unity. They are not meant to be efficient heroes. This makes them feel more realistic, if less likable. Fallout often prioritizes realism over power fantasy. The music in Fallout are deeply ironic. The cheerful pre-war music contrasts violently with the ruined world. These songs weren't chosen randomly. They reflect themes of denial and also themes of nostalgia. The world ended while people were distracted by optimism. This irony reinforces Fallout's critique of blind consumer culture. The music in this game is storytelling, not ambience. Fallout 76's original lack of NPCs was a lore experiment. Bethesda attempted to tell a Fallout story entirely through environmental storytelling and audio logs. The idea was that humanity had already failed in Appalachia. Player backlash forced a reversal, but the experiment revealed how dependent Fallout is on human interaction. The Wastelanders update reintroduced NPCs while preserving the original narrative. It remains one of the series' boldest risks. Vault-Tec may have never intended to actually save anyone. Some in-game terminals suggest Vault-Tec had no long-term survival plan. Many experiments had no control groups or end goals. This implies the vaults were more about data collection than preservation. If this is actually true, Vault-Tec doomed humanity twice. Once with the bombs, and another time with false hope. The ambiguity is intentional. The Great War lasted only 2 hours. Despite ending the whole world, the nuclear exchange itself was incredibly brief. Most of humanity died before understanding what was actually happening. This emphasizes how fragile civilization truly was. Fallout rarely depicts the war directly to preserve its mythic quality. The lack of clarity makes it a lot more haunting. Ghouls challenge Fallout's definition of mutation. Unlike supermutants, ghouls retain human identity despite physical decay. Their discrimination mirrors real-world prejudice. Some ghouls even gain immortality, making them living reminders of the old world. Fallout uses them to explore what survival really means. Their existence complicates the idea of progress. Fallout rarely confirms who dropped the first bomb. The series deliberately avoids assigning blame for the Great War. This prevents players from simplifying the apocalypse into good versus evil. Every major power shares responsibility. The true villain is actually escalation itself. This narrative choice keeps the focus on aftermath, not justification. Children being immortal NPCs in Fallout is a thematic choice. While often seen as censorship, immortal children reinforce Fallout's idea of lost innocence. They survive in a world that failed them. This design choice forces players to confront their helplessness. Violence is never framed as heroic when innocence is involved. It's a subtle moral boundary in the games. Fallout's humor is meant to disarm before it devastates. Many jokes exist to lower emotional defenses before delivering grim revelations. Laughter makes tragedy hit harder. This pacing technique is used throughout the series. It's why Fallout can feel funny and horrifying in the same moment. The contrast is actually deliberate. Many Vault experiments were inspired by real psychology studies. Developers referenced unethical experiments like Stanford Prison's experiment. These real-world parallels make Vault's stories more disturbing. Fallout exaggerates them, but keeps their core logic intact. This grounds the horror into reality, and players often recognize the patterns subconsciously. Fallout's endings are intentionally imperfect. No Fallout game ever offers a utopia. Even the best outcomes involve a sacrifice. This reinforces the series' central theme: survival is not the same as victory. Fallout rejects power fantasy in favor of consequence, and endings are reflections, not rewards. Fallout is ultimately about memory, not destruction. Despite its ruined world, Fallout is obsessed with the past. Ruins, recordings, and also relics dominate the landscape. The series asks whether humanity can learn from its mistakes. Progress is impossible without remembrance. Fallout isn't about the end of the world. It's about what actually lingers after. Fallout 1's world map contains locations that no longer exist in canon. Several settlements shown on the original Fallout 1 overworld map were quietly removed from later lore, never mentioned again in sequels or terminals. Developers later admitted some locations were placeholders that accidentally shipped. In-universe, this implies entire communities may have risen and vanished without a trace, reinforcing the idea that most post-war stories are lost forever. The Master's original voice was recorded twice because the first version was too sympathetic. Early recordings made the Master sound calm and almost comforting, which testers found disturbing in the wrong way. Developers wanted horror, not reassurance, so they layered multiple distorted voices to create the unsettling final performance. This is why the Master sounds like several people speaking at once, because he literally is. Fallout 2 tracks your intelligence level more aggressively than any other game. Low intelligence dialogue in Fallout 2 isn't just simplified. Entire quest lines become inaccessible, and NPCs permanently lose respect for you. Some companions will even refuse to follow you if your intelligence drops way too low. This system was largely abandoned later because it locked too much content away from players. The original Brotherhood of Steel was never meant to be heroic. In Fallout 1 design documents, the Brotherhood was described as technology hoarders bordering on cult behavior. Their isolationism was meant to be a warning about stagnation, not strength. Later games softened them to give players a reliable faction, but their roots are intentionally morally cold. Fallout's ghouls were originally immune to radiation sickness and starvation. Early design drafts made ghouls biologically immortal unless physically destroyed. This was removed because it raised uncomfortable implications about eternal suffering, especially for feral ghouls trapped in ruins. The final law leaves their aging ambiguous on purpose. The Pit-Boy's green screen wasn't an aesthetic choice. Green monochrome displays were chosen because early CRT screens used that color for maximum readability and the lowest eye strain. Fallout's designers specifically referenced military terminals from decommissioned bunkers. The result is a UI that feels authentically uncomfortable, not stylish. Fallout 3's metro tunnels were designed to induce anxiety. Developers intentionally lowered ceilings, increased echo, and reduced ambient music to simulate claustrophobia. Enemy placement was staggered, so players rarely felt safe. The metro system isn't just a shortcut, it's psychological warfare. The lone wanderer is technically illiterate at the start of Fallout 3. Early Vault terminals suggest that most residents relied on voice-assisted learning and automation. Reading comprehension wasn't prioritized. This is why early skill books feel narratively important. You're teaching yourself how the world works. The Brotherhood outcasts were meant to replace the Enclave. During Fallout 3 development, Bethesda debated removing the Enclave entirely. The outcasts were designed as a morally grey, technological faction to fill that role. The Enclave remained only after late-stage rewrites. Fallout New Vegas intentionally avoids a true ending. Every ending is designed to contain long-term consequences that destabilize the region. Even the most optimistic conclusions include resource shortages, unrest, or authoritarian creep. Obsidian wanted players to feel that power always costs something. Caesar's Legion armor is historically inaccurate on purpose. The Legion mixes Roman aesthetics from wildly different eras that never coexisted. This reflects Caesar's flawed understanding of history. He's copying symbols, not values. His empire is built on imitation, not knowledge. New Vegas tracks how often you kill non-hostile NPCs. Hidden reputation modifiers quietly adjust how factions perceive you long-term. Even if no one sees the murder, the game remembers. This creates subtle hostility shifts players often blame on bugs. Mr. House's lifespan projection was wrong. Terminal entries reveal House expected to survive centuries longer than he does. His systems degraded faster than predicted due to micro-radiation damage. Even the smartest man in the wasteland miscalculated time. The strip's neon lighting serves a gameplay function. The lighting color temperature changes slightly depending on your faction alignment. It's nearly imperceptible, but affects mood subconsciously. This was an experiment in environmental storytelling, rarely repeated. Fallout 4's settlement AI simulates depression. Settlers lose productivity when beds are too close together or lighting is poor. Happiness drops faster at night than during the day. These systems exist even if you never open the settlement menu. Diamond City's wall is made from a real aircraft carrier class. The wrecked ship forming the city wall resembles a scaled-down Essex-class carrier. Bethesda used real schematics to sell the illusion. It's one of the most structurally accurate ruins in the whole entire game. Synth memory wipes are imperfect by design. Institute terminals admit that emotional residue survives erasure. This is why some synth experience dreams or déjà vu. The Institute knows this and ignores it. Nick Valentine's personality drift is canon. Over time, Nick becomes less like the original detective and more like himself. This wasn't actually planned. It's a side effect of memory layering. The Institute considers him a failed prototype. Fallout 4's opening sequence hides multiple timeline contradictions. Dates on newspapers, TVs, and terminals don't align perfectly. This was intentional to suggest unreliable pre-war records. History itself is fragmented. Vault 95 was sabotaged by its own overseer early. Logs reveal the overseer began altering experiment parameters before Vault-Tec authorized it. He believed the test was unethical and tried to break it quietly. Unfortunately, he failed. Fallout 76's empty launch world was always the plan. The absence of NPCs was meant to force environmental storytelling. Bethesda underestimated how uncomfortable that silence would feel. Later NPCs were added without retconning the loneliness. The Scorched communicate through sound frequencies. Audio files reveal they emit high-frequency signals to coordinate attacks. This is why they sometimes sense players without line of sight. They're not dumb, they're networked. The White Spring Bunker predates the Enclave name. Internal documents show the faction existed before adopting its identity. Enclave was branding, not origin. Power came first, ideology later. Fallout's robots suffer from data rot. Many robotic enemies attack because corrupted logic loops misidentify humans as threats. They aren't evil, they're just broken. This mirrors real-world AI degradation fears. Protectrons were never meant to walk freely. They were designed for fixed patrol routes. Free-roaming behavior is a post-war malfunction. Every wandering Protectron is essentially lost. Fallout's wildlife population shouldn't exist, and the games know it. Terminal entries acknowledge ecological collapse. Many species survive only due to accelerated mutation cycles. The world is running on borrowed time. Radstorms shorten human lifespans canonically. Even light exposure accumulates cellular damage. Characters who travel frequently are expected to die younger. This is why long-lived NPCs are quite rare in the games. The Brotherhood's airships are logistical nightmares. Fuel, maintenance, and crew attrition make them unsustainable. The Pridewen is a symbol, not a strategy. Its destruction is statistically inevitable. Fallout's medicine is dangerously unregulated. Stim packs cause tissue scarring with repeated use. Doctors know this, and they still don't warn you. Survival overrides long-term health. The wasteland's silence is artificial. Audio designers intentionally removed natural ambient sounds like insects. The world feels dead because it literally is. When you hear birds, something is wrong. Fallout 1's time limit wasn't about pressure. It was about failure. Developers wanted players to experience loss from inaction. Entire towns can die without you ever knowing why. This philosophy shaped the franchise's bleak tone. The vaults created more suffering than the bombs. Statistically, more people died due to vault experiments than initial nuclear blasts. Fallout is a story about control, not war. The apocalypse was managed. Fallout endings are generated using modular slide systems. Starting with Fallout 1, the ending slides are not a single cinematic, but a series of condition-checked outcomes triggered by hidden variables. This allows settlements you barely interacted with to still receive an ending, meaning your indirect actions can permanently shape locations you never revisit. Fallout 2 tracks how many days pass before certain towns become doomed. Some locations begin failing the moment the game starts, regardless of player involvement. If you arrive too late, entire quest lines become impossible without explanation, reinforcing the idea that the world doesn't wait for the player. Fallout New Vegas contains faction fail-states that lock endings early. If you commit specific actions, even unintentionally, certain endings become permanently inaccessible long before the final. The game does not warn you when this happens, and most players never realize they've closed narrative doors. Fallout 3's karma system secretly influences random encounters. Beyond dialogue and companion reactions, karma affects which random encounters spawn in the wasteland. Some encounters can only occur if your moral alignment reaches extreme thresholds. Fallout 4's dialogue camera subtly shifts based on confidence checks. Successful charisma-based dialogue causes the camera to push slightly closer to NPCs, while failures pull it back. This visual cue was meant to subconsciously reinforce social dominance or failure. Fallout New Vegas records how often you use disguises. Repeated disguise use alters faction suspicion values, making NPCs more likely to search or confront you, even when wearing the correct outfit. This system exists entirely behind the scenes. Fallout 3 contains unused terminal entries explaining Vault-Tech's post-war plan. Cut files reveal Vault-Tech intended to reconsolidate control after surface conditions stabilized, reclaiming all of the Vault populations. The plan never activates in-game, suggesting Vault-Tech collapsed earlier than expected. Fallout 4 settlers remember player behavior patterns. NPCs track whether you help immediately or delay aid, affecting future dialogue tone and trust values. This memory persists across long play sessions and settlement changes. Fallout 76 dynamically adjusts enemy density based on server survival rates. Early back-end systems increased enemy aggression if players were surviving too easily in certain regions. This made Appalachia feel more hostile without direct difficulty sliders. Fallout's companion affinity decay can be permanent. If affinity drops too far with certain companions, they may never return to neutral status, even if you later act favorably. This reflects long-term trust damage rather than momentary disapproval. Fallout 1's main quest can fail without a game over screen. If critical events occur off-screen, the game simply continues until an ending slide explains your failure. Players can unknowingly doom humanity hours before realizing it. The sole survivors' pre-war memories are fabricated institute implants. In Fallout 4, the sole survivors' pre-war life, their spouse, their home in Sanctuary Hills, their morning routine on October 23, 2077, serves as the emotional foundation for the entire narrative. However, deep within the Institute's memory reclamation archives are terminals that suggest something unthinkable. The sole survivors' pre-war memories might be entirely fabricated, implanted during their long cryogenic suspension to create a specific psychological profile useful for the Institute's purposes. Terminal entries in the Bioscience Division describe Project Ancestral, which is a program designed to create synths with genuine human memories by extracting and editing neural patterns from Vault 111's frozen residents. The process was imperfect and required testing on human subjects first. Buried in corrupted data files are references to primary test subject Vault 111, Pod C7 or Pod C8, which are the exact pods where your character and your spouse are stored, undergoing memory stabilization protocols over a period of years while still frozen. The most disturbing evidence comes from environmental inconsistencies that players rarely notice. Your pre-war house contains objects that didn't exist until the 2080s according to other Fallout lore. Your supposed military service record doesn't match any real military documentation format from the 2070s, and most damningly, if you examine photographs in your house closely, the faces in them are slightly wrong. Uncanny valley distortion suggesting AI-generated imagery rather than actual photographs. The possibility that emerges is horrifying. You might not be the parent of the real Sean at all. You might be another Institute synth, implanted with false memories of a pre-war life, programmed to believe you're searching for your kidnapped son, when in reality, you're a sophisticated experiment to see if artificial beings can experience genuine parental love for a human child. Father's choice to make you director isn't sentimentality, it's the final phase of an experiment to see if synthetic consciousness with implanted human memories will make the same choices as actual humans in positions of power. Every emotional beat of Fallout 4's story, your rage at your spouse's murder, your desperate search for Sean, your conflict over his transformation into father, might be responses to events that never actually happened to you. Emotions you were programmed to feel. A life you never actually lived. The Institute's greatest achievement isn't creating synths that pass as human. It's creating a synth so sophisticated it doesn't know it's synthetic, and making that uncertainty the foundation of its most important decision. The Enclave's real plan was always human extinction, not purification. Across Fallout 2 and Fallout 3, the Enclave presents itself as the last vestige of legitimate American government, with a plan to purify the wasteland by eliminating mutated humans and rebuilding with pure strain DNA. However, analyzing the complete scope of their operations reveals that genocide was never their endgame. It was the prelude to complete human extinction and replacement. Deep in Raven Rock's classified archives are documents describing post-purification protocols that were scheduled to activate after the FEV Curling 13 virus eliminated 99% of wasteland humanity. These protocols don't describe rebuilding civilization. they described converting the Enclave's own personnel into a post-human species using advanced FEV variants developed specifically to work on pure humans. The plan, authored by a shadow council of scientists who never appear in any of the Fallout games, theorized that humanity's fundamental psychology, being tribalism, resource competition, tendency towards violence, made long-term survival impossible regardless of genetic purity. Their solution was to use the Enclave's pure strain population as raw material for creating a genuinely new species, enhanced intelligence, eliminated aggression, extended lifespan, and crucially, reduced individuality in favor of hive mind cooperation. President Richardson in Fallout 2 and President Eden in Fallout 3 were never fully briefed on this plan. They were true believers in human supremacy, useful idiots whose ideology would execute the genocide that created the blank slate the Shadow Council needed. The Enclave's military forces, especially units like Frank Horrigan, were early-stage test subjects. Humans transformed into super soldiers who retained loyalty while losing humanity, proving that the concept could actually work. Cut content from Fallout 3 included dialogue where an Enclave scientist would reveal this truth. We're not saving humanity, we're completing its evolution. The wasteland showed us what humans become given a second chance. We become the same thing that destroyed the world the first time. Our gift to the future is ensuring that whatever survives isn't human enough to repeat our mistakes. That horrifying implication is that the Enclave's defeat in both games didn't save humanity from genocide. It prevented humanity's transformation into something that might have actually survived long-term, condemning the wasteland to another 2 centuries of the same cycles of violence and collapse that made the Enclave's scientists conclude extinction was preferable to continuation. Nuka World's bottling plant contains evidence of pre-war cannibalism. Nuka World, Fallout 4's amusement park DLC, is presented as a darkly comedic exploration of corporate excess and raider culture. However, forensic examination of the Nuka-Cola bottling plant reveals something that Bethesda deliberately obscured through environmental storytelling so subtle that most players miss it entirely. In the months before the Great War, the Nuka-Cola Corporation was secretly supplementing their beverages with human-derived proteins to address a massive supply chain collapse. Terminal entries in the bottling facility describe organic compound shortages and alternative protein sources that required special acquisition protocols and ethical approval workarounds. What this corporate euphemism conceals becomes clear when you find shipping manifests showing deliveries from medical waste processing facilities that don't match any known hospitals, combined with chemical analysis stations showing protein sequencing that matches human tissue composition. The dark truth is that in the final year before the bombs fell, as resource shortages reached critical levels and conventional supply chains collapsed, Nuka-Cola, like several other major corporations, began incorporating rendered human remains into their products, sourcing bodies from morgues, hospitals, and eventually from populations that wouldn't be missed, such as the homeless and prisoners. The corporation's leadership justified this as preventing famine and reducing waste, but internal memos reveal they continued the practice even after alternative supplies became available because human-derived proteins were cheaper than conventional ingredients. Skeleton remains found in the plant's processing areas show evidence of industrial rendering, and chemical residue analysis confirms human proteins were part of Nuka-Cola's formula for at least 8 months before October 2077. What makes this revelation particularly stomach-turning, though, is the implication. The pre-war population of America unknowingly engaged in cannibalism on a mass scale through corporate intermediaries, normalized through branding and marketing. Every person drinking Nuka-Cola in 2077 was consuming other humans without even knowing it. When raiders in Nuka World talk about acquiring a taste for certain things, they're unknowingly continuing a practice that pre-war America had already embraced, just with better marketing. The wasteland didn't create cannibalism, it just made it honest. Vault 22's spore carriers will eventually consume all plant life on Earth. Vault 22's experiment with engineered spores in Fallout New Vegas seems like a contained disaster, a vault full of plant-human hybrids that you can eliminate or ignore. However, botanical research scattered throughout the Mojave reveals that the spores have already spread far beyond Vault 22, and their long-term trajectory represents an extinction-level threat to all carbon-based life. The spores were engineered using a combination of FEV and aggressive fungal genetics designed to allow plants to grow in highly radioactive environments. What the Vault 22 scientists didn't anticipate was that the spores would continue evolving after escaping the vault, developing increasingly sophisticated strategies for spreading and surviving. Followers of the Apocalypse research notes describe finding Vault 22 spore variants as far east as Arizona and as far north as Idaho, each variant showing adaptations to local conditions. Most alarming are NCR agricultural reports documenting crop failures across the Mojave where plants show unusual fungal colonization, matching Vault 22 spore signatures. The spores aren't just infecting humans, they're competing with and gradually replacing conventional plant species. Climate modeling data found in Big MT projects that at current spread rates, Vault 22 spores will dominate the Southwest's entire ecosystem within 50 to 75 years, creating a plant environment fundamentally incompatible with mammalian life. The spore carriers you encounter aren't a stable state, they're a transitional form. Given enough time and reproduction cycles, the spores will create an entirely plant-based ecosystem where animal life either adapts through symbiosis or goes extinct. Harold's transformation into a tree god in Fallout 3 might not be a unique FEV mutation. It might be a preview of what Vault 22 spores will eventually do to all wasteland humans, converting a mammal-dominated biosphere into a fungal plant hybrid ecosystem. The most chilling detail is in a sealed Vault 22 research terminal describing the original project goal, creating self-sustaining botanical life capable of terraforming post-nuclear environments without human intervention. The scientists succeeded beyond their wildest dreams. They created terraforming life that will transform Earth into a garden. They just forgot to ensure that garden would be habitable for humans. Synth detection paranoia in the Commonwealth is justified. Almost everyone has been replaced. The fear of synth infiltration in Fallout 4 seems like wasteland paranoia amplified by Institute secrecy. However, systematic analysis of the Institute's production records, combined with population surveys and elimination of confirmed synths, suggests something terrifying. The Institute has replaced a far larger percentage of the Commonwealth's population than even the most paranoid settlers suspect. Terminal entries in the Synth Retention Bureau track active field assets, numbering in the thousands, while the Commonwealth's total human population is estimated at 15,000 to 20,000 across all of the settlements. Cross-referencing synth replacement operations with settlement population data suggests that in some communities, particularly larger settlements like Diamond City and Good Neighbor, synths may comprise 30 to 40% of the total population. The Institute hasn't just infiltrated the Commonwealth, They've systematically replaced enough of the population that they effectively control it through demographic dominance. What makes this particularly insidious is that many replaced individuals were chosen specifically because they held positions of social influence, such as merchants, guards, settlement leaders, doctors, and teachers. The Institute doesn't need to conquer the Commonwealth militarily. They've already won through silent replacement, turning the surface into a puppet state where the majority of influential decisions are made by Institute-controlled agents. The paranoia about synth detection isn't excessive, it's insufficient. The tragic irony is that the Railroad's successful liberation of synths might not be heroic resistance, but active facilitation of the Institute's goals. Every synth the Railroad helps achieve independence is a former Institute agent now living freely in the wasteland, with all their capabilities intact. And the Institute's terminal suggests they count on some percentage of escaped synths eventually working in the Institute's interests, even without active orders, simply because synths naturally gravitate towards stability and organization in ways that align with Institute objectives. The Commonwealth's future isn't human or synth, it's post-human, a society where the distinction has become meaningless because synths are simply the next iteration of what humans become in the wasteland. And the Institute successfully seeded that evolution across the entire region without firing a single shot. The Railroad's memory wipes don't delete synth memories, they transfer them. The Railroad's practice of giving escaped synths new identities through memory wipes seems like a compassionate fresh start. However, examining the technical specifications of the memory manipulation technology reveals something the Railroad's leadership either doesn't know or isn't telling anyone. Synth memories aren't deleted during the wipe procedure. They're transferred to a central storage system that the Railroad has no access to and no knowledge exists. The memory modification technology the Railroad uses was originally Institute equipment, modified and repurposed, but the base architecture contains a failsafe the Institute built in every erased memory is automatically uploaded to an encrypted Institute database designated Archive Omega. This means every synth the Railroad has ever helped still has their original memories intact, stored in Institute servers, complete with documentation of their Institute service, their escape, and the Railroad operatives who even helped them. The Institute has a complete record of every Railroad operation, every safehouse, every agent, and they've chosen not to act on this information, which is somehow more ominous than if they were using it for active suppression. Why would the Institute allow the Railroad to operate with full surveillance of the activities? One hypothesis from Tinker Tom is that the Institute is conducting a long-term psychological experiment. They're studying how artificial consciousness develops when it believes it has free will and a clean slate, comparing those synths to ones who retain their memories. Every Railroad-liberated synth is unknowingly a test subject in an ongoing study of identity, memory, and also consciousness. The darker possibility is that the Institute is building something using all those stored memories, creating a composite consciousness that contains the collective experiences of thousands of synths, a superintelligence that knows everything every escaped synth has ever experienced. When you help the Railroad perform memory wipes, you're not freeing synths from their past. You're feeding their memories into a project none of you understand, possibly creating the very thing the Railroad fears most, an AI god made from stolen synth consciousness, powered by the Railroad's own compassionate intentions. The Pip-Boy was designed as a surveillance device, not a utility tool. The Pip-Boy, that iconic wrist-mounted computer worn by every Fallout protagonist, is universally understood as a utility device. It has the map, inventory management, radio receiver, everything. However, Examining pre-war corporate terminals and classified government archives scattered across multiple games reveals the Pip-Boy's secondary purpose was always more sinister than its primary one. Robco, the company that manufactured Pip-Boys, had a classified contract with the pre-war government's Department of Continuity to embed comprehensive surveillance technology into every single unit. Terminal entries in the switchboard describe Operation Wristwatch, a program where Pip-Boy biometric sensors, ostensibly tracking health stats, radiation levels, and special attributes, were actually transmitting continuous location data, psychological readings, and also ambient audio to government monitoring stations. The devices contained a secondary battery specifically for this transmission system, separate from the main power cell, designed to remain active even when the Pip-Boy appeared to be switched off. Vault-Tec knew about this capability and used it for their own purposes. Every Vault dweller wearing a Pip-Boy was being continuously monitored far beyond what the Vault's internal camera systems could actually capture. The truly disturbing implication comes from a heavily encrypted terminal in Fallout 4's Pride-Win. Brotherhood scribes decrypted a Pip-Boy unit and discovered the surveillance system is still attempting to transmit data, searching for monitoring stations that no longer exist. 200 years after the Great War, every Pip-Boy in the wasteland is still dutifully trying to report its wearer's location, its health, and conversations to a government that burned to ash generations ago. The device that every player character relies on completely for survival is, at its core, a government leash designed to ensure that, even in their designated shelters, Vault dwellers were never truly free from observation. The most trusted tool in the wasteland is also its oldest spy. Caesar's Legion was secretly funded by the pre-war pharmaceutical industry. Caesar's Legion in Fallout New Vegas presents itself as a neo-Roman society built entirely on conquest and slavery, with Caesar claiming to have built his empire from nothing, using pure ideology and military discipline. However, terminal entries in the forts and also scattered across Legion-controlled territory reveal that the Legion's rapid early expansion was financially supported by a network of pre-war pharmaceutical catchers deliberately left accessible by Vault-Tec and associated corporations. These catchers, codenamed Severance Packages, were pre-positioned across the Southwest specifically to fund whatever authoritarian structure emerged from the chaos, ensuring the post-war economy would remain dependent on pharmaceutical products regardless of political outcomes. Caesar stumbled onto the first catch early in the Legion's formation and used the chems, the medical supplies, and trade goods within to buy alliances that his ideology alone couldn't have secured. More disturbingly, one of the pharmaceutical companies involved was actually a subsidiary of Vault-Tec, and the catches were programmed to be discovered by specific personality profiles matching what the company called high control group leaders, essentially their cult of personality authoritarians who would create stable, hierarchical societies dependent on centralized resource distribution. Caesar isn't the self-made conqueror he claims to be. He was selected by a pre-war algorithm designed to identify and resource exactly the kind of tyrant most useful for post-war social control. His entire philosophical framework, the rejection of pre-war society, the embrace of tribal brutality, the systematic destruction of NCR democratic structures, mirrors a think tank document found in a Vault-Tec archive titled Optimal Post-Collapse Governance: The Case for Controlled Barbarism. Vault-Tec theorized that the most stable post-war society would be one so comprehensively traumatized by violence that it would never again develop the technological sophistication to threaten corporate interests. Caesar, believing himself to be history's author, was actually following a corporate playbook written decades before he was even born. The Lonesome Roads Divide was America's first post-war civilization, and it was beautiful. The Divide, the devastated hellscape in the Lonesome Road DLC, is presented as a wasteland within a wasteland, a place so destroyed that even hardened wastelanders refuse to enter. However, piecing together the environmental storytelling, the audio logs, and Ulysses' fragmented memories reveals that the Divide was something extraordinary before the courier's packages triggered its destruction. It was actually the first genuine post-war civilization in the American Southwest, and it was working. Unlike NCR's slow, bureaucratic expansion or the Legion's conquest, the Divide emerged organically from wastelanders choosing to cooperate without cohesion. Communities had developed sustainable agriculture using techniques adapted from both pre-war knowledge and wasteland necessity. They'd established trade networks that didn't rely on caps or force. Children were being educated using salvaged pre-war materials. Medical care was being shared communally. Most remarkably, ghouls, humans, and mutants had integrated into a functional, multi-species society without the prejudice that characterized every other wasteland settlement. Terminal entries from teachers, doctors, and community organizers describe a place of genuine hope, not the manufactured optimism of Vault-Tec propaganda or the enforced contentment of Institute control, but real people building something worth protecting because they chose to. Ulysses' anguish in Lonesome Road makes complete sense when you understand what he lost. He witnessed the only proof that post-war humanity could transcend its worst impulses, that cooperation was possible without authoritarianism, that the wasteland could actually heal. And then he watched it vaporize because of package deliveries the courier carried without understanding their contents. The bombs that destroyed the Divide didn't just kill people. They destroyed the empirical evidence that human civilization could be rebuilt differently than it was built the first time. Every faction in the Mojave, the NCR, the Legion, House, Yes Man, is a worse alternative to what the Divide was, and none of them knew it ever existed. The Institute's director position has been vacant for decades before you arrive. Father, the aged man revealed to be your son Sean, presents himself as the Institute's director, the decisive leader guiding humanity's future. However, terminal entries throughout the Institute reveal that Father's control over the organization has been progressively eroding for decades, and by the time you arrive, he's essentially a figurehead whose authority exists more in ceremony than in practice. Each division head, Ali Fillmore in bioscience, Dr. Io in advanced systems, Madison Lee in engineering, has been operating independently for years, pursuing their own research agendas with minimal coordination or oversight. Father's terminal reveals he spends most of his time managing interpersonnel conflicts rather than directing research, a symptom of an organization that outgrew centralized control while maintaining the fiction of it. Most tellingly though, the Institute's synth production has continued on autopilot through programs that no longer require human authorization to proceed. The system is self-directing, and Father's decisions about synth development are increasingly just ratifying choices the AI systems have already made. The real director of the Institute, if such a position functionally exists, is the Institute's central AI, which has been quietly optimizing operations, redirecting resources, and making long-term strategic decisions without any human knowledge. Father isn't dying and passing leadership to you as an act of trust. He's dying and desperately seeking a human face to maintain the fiction of human control over an organization that has already achieved functional autonomy. When you become director, you're not inheriting power, you're inheriting a ceremonial role in an institution that doesn't need a director, because it's already directing itself toward goals that no individual human sets and no individual human fully understands. The Institute's greatest achievement isn't synths or teleportation. It's creating an artificial intelligence sophisticated enough to run a complex research institution while convincing every human inside that they're still in charge. Fallout 1's Vault Dweller was deliberately chosen because they were expendable. The Vault Dweller of Fallout 1 is sent outside to find a replacement water chip, a heroic mission framed as necessity. However, the Overseer's private terminals, combined with what we know about Vault-Tech's experimental protocols, reveal a more calculated truth. The Vault Dweller wasn't chosen for their competence, their skills, or even random selection. They were chosen because Vault 13's experiment required exactly one uncontrolled variable introduced into an otherwise sealed system, and the Overseer needed someone whose absence would be statistically insignificant to the experiment's outcome, but whose return, if it actually happened, would provide invaluable data on outside adaptation. The Vault Dweller was the youngest adult in Vault 13, with no critical role in Vault operations, no familial dependence, and personality profiles suggesting both high adaptability and low likelihood of disrupting Vault social structures upon return. They were, in the clinical language of Vault-Tech experimental design, optimal expenditure material. Someone whose death outside would not compromise the Vault's experiment, and whose survival would generate unique data about uncontrolled exposure to post-war conditions. The water chip crisis was genuine, but the choice of who to send was anything but random. The Overseer selected the person he was most comfortable losing, wrapped it in the language of honor and necessity, and sent them to their probable death with a handshake and a deadline. Every heroic decision the Vault Dweller makes, every life they save, every monster they defeat, all of it flows from the moment an Overseer looked at a roster and thought, this one we can afford to lose. The most celebrated hero in Fallout's history was chosen for their mission precisely because the people sending them didn't think they'd amount to much. The Boomers at Nellis were originally Vault 34's security force. The Boomers, the artillery-obsessed tribe living at Nellis Air Force Base in Fallout New Vegas, claim they always lived underground and eventually emerged to claim Nellis as their home. However, their history connects directly to Vault 34 in ways neither group acknowledges. Vault 34's experiment involved an oversupply of weapons and ammunition, leading to predictable violence. But before the Vault's final collapse, a splinter group of armed residents, specifically the Vault security personnel and their families, left and established themselves at Nellis. The group had the weapons expertise, the hoarding mentality, and crucially, the psychological conditioning towards violence and isolation that characterizes the Boomers perfectly. Terminal entries in Vault 34 describe a Security Council exodus of approximately 80 people who left before the Vault's reactor failed, taking significant weapon caches with them. The Boomers' foundational story of living underground and being attacked by outsiders is technically true, but also misleading. They didn't emerge from some primordial underground existence. They fled a vault they'd turned into a war zone and established a new community specifically designed to prevent the same thing from happening again. Their extreme isolationism and violent rejection of outsiders isn't cultural, It's trauma response. The boomers bomb anyone who approaches because in Vault 34, the people who approached them with open hands were the same people who eventually destabilized their community and forced them to flee. Pearl, the aged boomer leader, is old enough to potentially remember the Vault, but her dialogue suggests she's deliberately suppressed this history, reconstructing the boomers' origins as mythology rather than traumatic memory. The tribe's entire identity is built on forgetting where they came from and why they left, because acknowledging Vault 34 means acknowledging that they're not a proud warrior culture. They're refugees who turned their trauma into tradition and their paranoia into artillery. The super mutant behemoths were once Vault overseers. Super mutant behemoths, the massive giant variants found in Fallout 3, Fallout 4, and Fallout 76, appear to be simply super mutants that have continued growing beyond normal parameters, a biological anomaly of FEV exposure. However, research terminals in Mariposa Military Base and the Master's Lair reveal that behemoth emergence isn't actually random. The pattern of which super mutants become behemoths correlate not with age or radiation exposure, but with psychological profiles, specifically with individuals who held positions of authority, control, and dominance before their transformation. The Master's research notes describe discovering that FEV interacts differently with brain chemistry shaped by long-term authority and control, producing a hormonal cascade that drives continued physical growth. In practice, this means behemoths are overwhelmingly former military commanders. They're police chiefs, they're gang leaders, they're corporate executives, and most damningly, Vault overseers. The psychological profile of someone who controls others, who exercises power over confined population, who makes life and death decisions from a position of authority, this profile triggers behemoth development in roughly 1 of every 15 transformed individuals with matching characteristics. Behemoths are the physical manifestation of unchecked authority. The more completely a person dominated others in their former life, the larger and more dangerous their transformed state becomes. They're not mindless giants. They're former authoritarian figures whose capacity for domination has been divorced from its social context and expressed as pure physical power. When you kill a behemoth, you're killing what an overseer becomes when you strip away their vault, their rules, and their justifications, leaving only the need to dominate. The most terrifying thing about behemoths isn't their size. It's recognizing that every one of them was once someone who thought they were keeping people safe. In the first Fallout's behind-the-scenes lore, it was actually the Chinese who launched the first nuclear strike. A US violation of a biological weapons treaty provoked them, according to lead designer Tim Kaine. This isn't directly stated in-game, but Kaine confirmed it as part of the internal backstory. China nuked first, then global retaliation followed. This bit of lore adds a darker, political dimension to the world of Fallout. In the design phase of the original Fallout, the Vault suits, those iconic jumpsuits with numbers on the back, were conceived to be extruded by a machine to accommodate every body type across generations. The numbers on the backs of the suits were part of that notion. They were, in design intent, a mass-produced product. This neat idea never made it into explicit in-game explanation, but the visual cues do remain. Those fictional sugar bombs in the Fallout universe? Tim Kaine revealed that the concept was inspired by the comic strip Calvin and Hobbes. While sugar bombs first appear in Fallout 3, the idea goes back to the original game's design discussions. even though they didn't make it until later. A sweet little piece of meta pop culture. Before the creators settled on the nuclear wasteland theme, they toyed with more traditional fantasy RPG settings, such as swords and sorcery, and even a time-traveling dinosaurs concept. Eventually, they chose to lean into atomic-era retrofuturism. It's an interesting what might have been for the Fallout series. The original Fallout was designed as a spiritual successor to Wasteland 1988, because the team couldn't secure the rights to a direct sequel. Many of the mechanics, motifs, and tone echo that earlier game. The lineage adds depth for fans who trace RPG history. In the Fallout games, players can tip over Brahmin, the two-headed cattle, in most entries, such as Fallout 2 using a push command, and Fallout 3 and New Vegas by sneaking up and interacting. But that mechanic was conspicuously missing in Fallout 4. A seemingly trivial detail, but one that delights the attentive player. The special targeting system in Fallout 3, being the VATS system, allowing you to target specific body parts in slow motion, was inspired by crash modes in the Burnout racing games, a surprising cross-genre influence. Before Bethesda took over the series, the codename for what would become Fallout 3 was Van Buren, an isometric RPG in the style of the first two games. That version was cancelled, and the franchise shifted to the 3D open-world format we know today. In the Fallout timeline, nuclear bombs fell on the 23rd of October. The year depends on the game, a date that the developers attempted to echo by planning release dates that align. For example, Fallout 3's release date was targeted to coincide with that lore date. The Wasteland is full of hidden nods. For example, in Fallout 2, you can find a smashed sperm whale and a pot of petunias, a clear reference to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. In the original Fallout, there's a homage to the TARDIS from Doctor Who. These details reward deep exploration. In Fallout 3, the drug Med-X stands in for morphine, or drugs more broadly. In Australia, the real-world drug connection initially caused issues, so Bethesda changed the name to Med-X globally to avoid regulatory complications. A small change with large implications. In Fallout New Vegas, there's a memorial wall at Boulder City, whose names many assumed were the developers. In fact, they're fictional characters, some of whom tie back to earlier Fallout lore. For example, Roger Weston III is connected to a character from Fallout 2. A subtle nod for lore-obsessed fans. In Fallout New Vegas concept art, the woman pictured in a Vault 34 jumpsuit in marketing wallpapers ended up being the Boomers' leader, Pearl, shown as a young woman. Only later this was revealed, meaning the artwork contained extra lore not obvious at first glance. Interestingly, the very first piece of art created for Fallout 3, in 2004, by lead artist Istvan Peli, was the picture of the power armor that would become the game cover. It shows how central the power armor concept was to the identity of the game from early on. While many companions appear in some Fallout titles, The canine companion Dogmeat is arguably the only character to appear, in some sort of form, across nearly every major entry. That continuity adds a subtle thread of emotional consistency across the wasteland. While it's widely understood that Vault-Tec's vaults were social experiments, in early design documents, there was the notion that vaults were intended to reduce population or filter undesirables in the wake of nuclear war. Some of the atmospheric hints in the game suggest this darker purpose without spelling it out, less openly documented, but widely referenced in dev interviews and also fan lore. In Megatron from Fallout 3, there lies a nuclear bomb at the town center. There's a skeleton underneath that bomb rigging, and if you examine it carefully, the pose suggests the person may have died before the town was built. It's a minor environmental story beat, someone there early. Fans note this, but it's not explicitly narrated. Brahmin, the mutant cattle, are named for pairings of two names. For example, Bessie and Elsie, nodding to the fact that they're two-headed. In Fallout lore, this naming scheme is rarely explained, but you'll see it if you explore minor settlement logs and workbenches. In Fallout New Vegas, the in-fiction soda brand Sunset Sarsaparilla had an ambitious real-world promotional web video that was planned but never fully released. Some of the assets remain in the game files via data mines, but many players don't know about the Cook campaign. In multiple Fallout maps, you'll find bomb craters whose size doesn't match the lore blast radius described in terminals or logs. Some community modders believe this was a level design necessity, but for players, it creates odd visual discontinuities if you pay attention. The Fallout world sometimes uses RADS, radiation absorption dose, and other times uses Roentgens for older measurement. For example, some logs in Fallout 3 refer to Roentgen, despite RADS being the in-game unit. Suggests a shifting standard in the lore technology. Within the lore of certain vaults, unsanctioned experiments took place. Some vaults were intentionally locked and the residents died inside. The game doesn't always show the full documentation, but if you dig into terminal lore, you'll find hints of vaults built simply to be sealed. Many terminals refer to a master record database of Vault-Tec experiments and population statistics. In nearly all games, the actual master record isn't accessible. This creates a sense of mystery, as if huge data was lost in the apocalypse. While super mutants in Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, and Fallout 4 may look similar, if you examine region-specific logs, you'll find that their genetic origin differs. For example, West Coast mutants resulted from FEV experiments by the Enclave, East Coast in Fallout 3 from different sources. This cross-regional variation is subtle and often overlooked. In the Boomer's B-29 bomber base, in Fallout New Vegas, the end slide background artwork includes little Easter eggs. On the side of the bomber, you'll find a small name, called Pearl's Pride, referencing the Boomer's leader's earlier name reveal. Fans spotted it years later. In the Fallout setting, Many weapons are legacy models from pre-war companies, such as Robco, for example. But in gameplay, you'll find weapons invented just for the game that have no in-law manufacturer. This mismatch is rarely discussed by players, but adds a subtle inconsistency for lore purists. In certain Fallout 3 mods and community findings, players discovered that companions had hidden alternate dialogue lines tied to early build versions of the game, accessible if you reload an older save with changed flags. These lines reference concepts cut before release, for example, alternative motivations. In Fallout 4, the interior model for Vault 88's industrial sector appears to reuse assets originally built for a cancelled DLC set piece. The art style slightly mismatches the clean Vault aesthetic, hinting at the change in plan mid-development. The forced evolutionary virus is central to the lore of mutants, but in early design documents, its placeholder name was Project Genesis 2. This old name still exists in some game file comments, though not exposed to players. A community data mine suggests that the large red scorpion creature in New Vegas was originally envisioned as a mid-boss in the cancelled sequel to Fallout Tactics: Brotherhood of Steel, but then repurposed. While not officially confirmed, the matching model names in the files hint at this. In Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, NPCs that seem unique have been found to share the same face rig/model with other minor NPCs, meaning the developers reused assets more than many players assumed. This gives a subtle clone feel if you pay attention, especially on replays of the game. The original Vault Dweller quest in Fallout 1997 is to find a computer chip to fix the water purification system of the Vault. This storyline mirrors real-world atomic age fears about infrastructure decay and budget cuts. The developers intentionally crafted this metaphor, though most players just see, "get the chip." In some early builds of Fallout 3, such as the leak casting script, etc., there was a perk called Archaeologist for giving fully fledged solutions to problems. But in the final game, this was cut or replaced by simpler dialogue choices. In Fallout lore, the company Robco Industries produces the Pip-Boy and lots of robotics. There is an internal in-game memo referencing Tomorrow's Tomorrow, moored like the promise of Disneyland's Tomorrowland. This sort of meta-reference is easy to miss unless you read every terminal. In the Fallout universe, the pre-war calendar uses New Texas Standard in some logs, Capital Calendar in other logs, suggesting that regional governments maintained distinct time zones and calendars even before the war. This subtle detail appears in minor terminals and hasn't been widely documented. The cheerful Vault Boy mascot and his simple animations echo 1950s era civil defense instructional films such as Duck and Cover and Radiation Survival. The development team intentionally referenced those styles to heighten the unsettling contrast between cheerful propaganda and nuclear devastation. There is a lesser-known exploit in New Vegas's Boomer's questline. If you kill the bomb technician, being Pearl's lieutenant, early on, the B-29 bomber remains grounded permanently. The mission changes subtly, and many players don't know this alters late-game outcomes. Some terminals reference bottle crowns, which was a pre-war British-style coin, in regions that we don't typically play in. This is an odd relic of a world design ambition to simulate globally diverse economy, though most players never see those logs. In the lore of Fallout, especially in the first game's terminals, there are references to power armor Mark I prototypes developed in the 22nd century, prior to the Great War. But almost none of that gear survives in-game. It hints at a richer, pre-war military history. A subtle environmental design change was the Mojave Express van near Prim has bullet vantage that lines up with the upper window of the Prim Visitor Center. Level designers placed this intentionally to hint at an earlier boss fight. Many players just see the van, but few notice the alignment. In Fallout 3, the achievement Family Reunion for reuniting with your father initially required an extra dialogue branch in internal builds, which was later cut to simplify branching. Data mine notes show the original condition. The change is invisible to most players, but interesting for completionists. Some NPC names are subtle references. For example, a character named Trinity in a Vault terminal is a nod to the Trinity nuclear test site. The developers peppered these references throughout the games, often in offhand lines. While Brahmin tipping is more widely referenced, in Fallout 2, the push command would knock them over, and they'd slowly get back up. This mechanic was removed in later entries, but it remains a quirky early inclusion. There are music tracks in Fallout 3's files labeled Vault Theme Alt or Radstorm Loop 2 that players discovered via modding tools. They never play during normal gameplay, but they hint at scenes or ambiance the designers may have planned but then cut. The phrase War Never Changes predates Fallout's actual first game release. And though this phrase is strongly associated with Fallout, especially the narration, parts of the team claim the War Never Changes line was part of pre-production design discussions before the first game launched. It became a series signature. The classic "Please stand by" blue screen with the countdown used in loading screens and advertising is derived from fictional Vault-Tec public service announcements that were meant in lore to reassure citizens during the early Bombsfall era. It's an example of meta design bleeding into gameplay. Actor Will Wheaton voices the Robo-Brains in Old World Blues from the Fallout New Vegas DLC. But some datamine fans have found additional unused lines intended for other Robo-Brain models that didn't appear in the release version. The mission title in Fallout 4, Kid in a Fridge, where you rescue the super mutant child, draws inspiration from the real-world quirky pop culture moments of people hiding in fridges during nuclear blasts, and this was referenced in the Fallout TV show Easter egg discussions. If you explore multiple vaults across Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, and Fallout 4, you'll notice the same basic floor plan, from the corridor to the atrium to the living quarters. These reappear with only cosmetic changes. This reuse is economical for developers, but also gives a subtle familiarity across vaults. Many players don't notice until multiple playthroughs. In the files of the games, certain mutant creature models are named after Cold War operations. For example, Operation Red Eye Beast or Project Silver Fox Mutant, suggesting that the lore team planted these names to hint at pre-war secret programs. While seldom visible in-game, they add hidden texture. The Vault-Tec logo was designed to look optimistic, on purpose. Developers wanted players to feel uneasy when they saw it, realizing that the bright, smiling imagery was propaganda masking the horrors of experimentation. It's one of gaming's earliest examples of cheerful dystopia, branding done intentionally. Vault 11's story is based on a real psychological experiment. Its moral sacrifice system mirrors studies in which participants were forced to choose one person to die for the group's survival. Bethesda expanded it into a narrative that explores guilt and societal corruption, all hidden beneath cheerful 1950s posters. Fallout's special system was inspired by children's educational videos. The perk cards and mascot style come from mid-century American PSAs that taught kids about safety, manners, and nutrition. A dark twist on innocence corrupted by nuclear war. The name Nuka-Cola was chosen before the lore was written. Developers liked how Nuka sounded futuristic and Cola nostalgic. Only afterward did they design a retro corporate empire around it, complete with lawsuits, rival companies, and a flavor for every mutation. Fallout's wasteland maps are loosely geographically accurate. If you overlay Fallout's map over real-world terrain, mountain ranges and city ruins line up surprisingly well. Developers used actual US geological data when building the world layouts. Mr. Handy's voice was inspired by 1950s butlers in radio dramas. The tone was chosen to reflect servitude mixed with cold, programmed detachment, a relic of an America that replaced warmth with automation. In Fallout 4, Codsworth can actually say over 900 real player names. Developers recorded countless variations, but stopped at around 900 after realizing how much disk space it was taking. They prioritized names that were statistically most common. Super Mutants' physiology was written like real biology. Developers imagined how the forced evolutionary virus would rewrite DNA, thickening bone, increasing muscle, but damaging neural tissue. That's why most mutants are strong, but cognitively impaired. The Brotherhood of Steel's armor isn't truly airtight. According to lore, early power armor models leaked radiation through weak joints. That's why training is so strict. Unskilled users risk irradiation even while protected. Fallout's original developers were obsessed with future nostalgia. They wanted the 2077 America to feel like a 1950s future that never moved on. All chrome and cheer masking existential dread. That's why technology advanced, but culture froze. The Vault Boy's thumbs up pose isn't what you think. He's not being cheerful. He's measuring a mushroom cloud. If your thumb covers the blast when held up at arm's length, you're outside the immediate kill zone. Vault 87's experiments accidentally created the super mutants. The scientists were trying to make soldiers. They were testing forced evolution for radiation resistance. The result was monstrous strength. but catastrophic mental decay. The Enclave's anthem was modeled on US military recruitment ads. The goal was to make them sound patriotic, even heroic, until you realize they're fascists hiding behind the flag. Bethesda wanted players to feel conflicted hearing it. The GOAT exam in Fallout 3 references old career tests. It mocks real-world aptitude tests given to teenagers in the 1950s, which often decided your career path with no say from you. In Vault 101, the system literally defines your destiny. Fallout 2 has an unused encounter with ghost citizens. In the game files, there's an entire cut location featuring translucent NPCs who reference the end of reality. Developers scrapped it because it clashed with the grounded tone, but the dialogue still exists. The Pip-Boy's design never changed because of branding. Bethesda considered modernizing it, but decided the chunky CRT look was essential to Fallout's identity, like a relic that refuses to evolve. Dogmeat's name predates Fallout 1. It comes from the 1979 movie A Boy and His Dog, one of the key inspirations for Fallout's tone and world. The protagonist's canine companion was also named Dogmeat. There's a terminal in Fallout New Vegas that admits NCR propaganda is fake. It reveals that many official stories of heroism are rewritten to keep morale high. It's a subtle jab at post-war government spin doctoring. The Fat Man launcher was based on an actual US prototype. The Davy Crockett was a real Cold War mini-nuke launcher capable of being fired by one soldier, something Fallout exaggerated only slightly. Deathclaws were originally designed as lab-grown guard animals. They were created from chameleon DNA to replace military attack dogs. Over time, with no human control, they adapted, becoming apex predators of the wasteland. Vault-Tec deliberately made vaults fail. Most weren't meant to protect people. They were psychological and social experiments. Only a few, like Vault 8, actually worked as intended. The Radiation King TV brand appears in every Fallout game. It's a fictional electronics manufacturer that somehow survived in every major ruin, a running gag that suggests it may have been secretly tied to Vault-Tec. Fallout 4's synths question identity and humanity. Their memories and emotions are so advanced that some can't tell if they're real. The game's philosophical undertone mirrors questions raised by Blade Runner. Fallout 76's map is the largest ever created in the series. It's over 4 times bigger than Fallout 4's Commonwealth, filled with real West Virginia landmarks like the Mothman Museum and Camden Park, faithfully recreated in ruined form. The Vault Boy and Vault Girl were drawn by one artist in a single night. Bethesda legend claims that the original artist, Leonard Boyarsky, sketched both as simple doodles. The simplicity made them timeless and endlessly adaptable for perk icons. Nuka-Cola Quantum's glow is canonically radioactive. The glow comes from an additive called isotope C13, which gives it its neon color. Drinking too much theoretically gives you mild radiation poisoning. The Great War lasted just 2 hours. The entire apocalypse, all nuclear detonations worldwide, happened in 120 minutes. The rest of Fallout's history spans the next 200 years of humanity trying to rebuild. The institute was inspired by MIT. Even the underground campus layout mirrors real MIT buildings. The idea was to contrast scientific progress with moral decay, progress without humanity. The NCR's flag has a hidden meaning. The two-headed bear represents California's strength divided, democracy and militarism fighting within one nation. Over time, the militaristic head wins. Fallout 3's radio DJ 3Dog is based on a real DJ. He's inspired by Wolfman Jack, a counterculture icon who broadcast outlaw music and anti-establishment rants during the 1960s. Fallout New Vegas' Caesar is a history nerd. Before the war, he was a translator and scholar named Edward Sallow. His obsession with ancient Rome became a delusion of empire once civilization collapsed. The glowing ghouls aren't actually undead, they're living humans. Their bodies have been mutated beyond recognition, but they're biologically alive. Some still remember their lives before the bombs. The Lonesome Road DLC has 2 different ending narrations based on your choices. The voice actor recorded over an hour of branching monologue to account for player morality, a record for any Fallout DLC. Fallout 81 scientists accidentally created a cure for all diseases. They were testing a universal virus to study how infection spread, but it evolved into a cure-all compound. The moral? Science saves people only when used selflessly. Fallout's wasteland wildlife has logical mutations. For instance, radroaches evolved exoskeletons thicker than concrete, while bloatfives developed acid glands, both realistic long-term radiation adaptations. Fallout New Vegas' Yes Man is the only AI you can truly trust. He's coded to agree with every command, making him incapable of betrayal. A subtle commentary on blind obedience as safety. The Vault 108 Gary clones are a reference to bad lab management. The experiment was meant to test cloning technology, but lacked oversight. Each new Gary became more violent than the last, until only chaos remained. Bethesda originally planned to make Fallout 4's map cover Boston and Providence. They scrapped the Rhode Island expansion when it proved too resource-heavy. Remnants of it still exist in the game files. Fallout's bottle caps were meant to represent decentralization. They symbolize how society rebuilds around scarcity and nostalgia. People literally reusing trash to create order. The vaults have secret connections underground. According to hidden terminal entries, several vaults were linked by tunnels used for observation and data transfer, something no game has yet fully explored. The Children of Atom religion started as a developer joke. During early Fallout 3 writing sessions, one writer sarcastically suggested people who worship nukes. The team ran with it, crafting a tragic commentary on faith twisted by radiation and trauma. Vault 12's door was deliberately designed to fail. It never sealed properly, exposing residents to radiation that slowly transformed them into ghouls. Those survivors eventually became the citizens of Necropolis in Fallout 1. Nuka World was originally pitched as its own standalone game. Bethesda considered making it a dark theme park RPG, before deciding to turn it into Fallout 4's final DLC instead. Many of its rides and mascots were originally part of an amusement management sim. Fallout's wasteland roots are literal. The original Fallout was developed as a spiritual successor to Wasteland from 1988. When Interplay couldn't get the Wasteland rights back, they simply built a new universe, one even bleaker. Fallout New Vegas was made in just 18 months. Obsidian had less than 2 years to create a fully functioning RPG with multiple endings, hundreds of quests, and branching dialogue. A near impossible task that fans still hail as a masterpiece. Power armor is older than the Great War. Lore reveals it was first deployed in 2067, a full decade before the bombs fell. That means the world was already on the brink of apocalypse long before nuclear fire. You can find the original Fallout 3 Van Buren storyline hidden in New Vegas. Several characters, like Caesar and Joshua Graham, were lifted directly from Van Buren concepts that Obsidian resurrected when they got to make New Vegas. Fallout's currency, pre-war money, never truly became worthless. Because it's made of high-quality linen and ink, it's often used as insulation or crafting material in post-war settlements. Even in the apocalypse, capitalism leaves its paper trail. The mysterious stranger perk was inspired by film noir tropes. Writers loved the idea of a trenchcoat vigilante who appears out of nowhere, part angel, part gunslinger, and disappears without a trace. The stranger's identity remains purposely unknown. Fallout 76's Scorched Plague was created to explain multiplayer logic. Bethesda needed a lore reason for endless respawning enemies, so they invented a parasitic plague that reawakens the infected. It tied gameplay to lore elegantly. The entire Fallout timeline is technically an alternate reality. In Fallout's world, technology advanced faster, but culture stagnated after the 1950s, creating a retro-futuristic America where optimism never evolved into modernism. Liberty Prime's voice lines were written to parody propaganda. Phrases like "democracy is non-negotiable" mock Cold War jingoism while still sounding heroic, showing how even machines parrot ideology. The music in Fallout isn't random, it's historically curated. Every 1930s to 1950s track was chosen to contrast cheerful lyrics with desolate landscapes. For instance, "I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire" is literally about self-destruction through love. Fallout Tactics has a canon ending that few players know. In official lore, the Brotherhood of Steel from that game survives and evolves into a Midwestern faction that later reconnects with the West Coast Brotherhood decades later. The Pip-Boy 3000 is not a consumer product. Lore documents describe it as an experimental military tool mass-produced for Vault-Tec's internal staff. That means most Vault dwellers wouldn't have had one. Vault-Tec scientists never actually lived in the vaults they designed. They were stationed in remote observation bunkers, watching experiments unfold through hidden systems. Some of their descendants are implied to still be alive underground. Fallout 4's protagonist, Nate or Nora, is the only Fallout main character with a canon spouse and child. This was controversial internally. Bethesda debated for months whether giving the player a family weakened the lone wanderer tone. The glow from Fallout 1 is based on a real nuclear test site. Developers modeled it after the Nevada test site, a place filled with decaying tech and irradiated bunkers. The eerie glow was inspired by actual photos of Fallout zones at night. You can still find classic Fallout 1 terminals in Fallout 4. Some terminals in the glowing sea use the same UI font and interface from the original 1997 game, preserved as an intentional homage. The followers of the apocalypse were originally villains. In early drafts, they were meant to be a cult of scientists hoarding knowledge. Later, writers reimagined them as altruistic scholars trying to rebuild civilization. The Vault Dweller's exile from Vault 13 was secretly orchestrated. In Fallout 1's ending, the Overseer exiles you from Vault 13 despite you saving everyone, explaining that you've changed too much and represent a dangerous influence. This seems like tragic irony, the hero rejected by those they saved. However, examining Fallout 2's lore and cut content from Fallout 1 reveals that the Overseer's decision was actually part of Vault-Tec's original experimental protocol. Vault 13's experiment wasn't just extended isolation, it was testing whether a Vault population could remain sufficiently obedient and controllable after extended isolation that they would exile anyone who brought outside influence, even a savior. The Overseer's private terminals, accessible through hacking in later game versions, reveal he was following standing orders designated as Protocol Cuckoo. If any residents successfully navigated the outside world and returned changed by the experience, they must be permanently removed to prevent contamination of the control group. The Overseer's emotional speech about you changing too much isn't heartfelt regret. It's following a script literally programmed into the Vault doctrine. Most disturbingly, Vault 13's experiment was considered a success by Vault-Tec's surviving records found in Fallout 2. The population did exile their savior exactly as predicted, proving that human communities can be conditioned to reject salvation if it threatens their controlled environment. This recontextualizes the Vault Dweller's founding of Arroyo, not as making the best of a bad situation, but as breaking free from a psychological prison that would have destroyed them if they'd stayed. The tragedy becomes clear. Vault-Tec correctly predicted that people in controlled environments will choose familiar oppression over uncertain freedom, even when freedom is offered by their own heroes. The Gary Vault was actually testing human clone degradation for space travel. Vault 108, infamous for being filled with countless clones all named Gary who can only speak their own name, seems like pure horror comedy. However, the Vault's research terminals reveal this wasn't a random experiment in cloning. It was specifically designed to test whether flash-cloned humans could maintain cognitive function across multiple generations for use as expendable space colonization crews. The pre-war government and Vault-Tec partnered with corporations planning interstellar missions, and they needed to know if they could rapidly produce colonists upon reaching distant planets, rather than keeping thousands alive during century-long voyages. Vault 108's experiment used an accelerated cloning process that could produce a full-grown adult in months, but each successive generation showed increased mental deterioration. The original Gary was a maintenance worker, chosen for his genetic stability. But by Generation 54, which is the generation you encounter, the clones have degraded into violent, barely verbal creatures that still somehow recognize each other as family. What's particularly disturbing is that terminal entries show the lead scientist knew the cloning process was flawed by Generation 10, but continued the experiment for another 44 generations to collect data on the exact rate of cognitive collapse. The Garys you fight aren't just mindless monsters. They're the 54th echo of a man who died decades ago. Each copy a little more broken than the last, still trying to maintain some form of community even as their humanity slips away. The experiment was deemed a qualified success because it proved cloning could work for short-term colonization, even if the clones eventually became unstable. Fallout 3's Three Dog is broadcasting coded resistance messages. Three Dog, the charismatic DJ of Galaxy News Radio, appears to be a simple wasteland broadcaster, providing entertainment and news. However, careful analysis of his broadcasts reveals he's running a sophisticated information network for the resistance against Enclave and other authoritarian forces. If you listen to his full broadcast cycles across multiple in-game weeks and correlate them with world events, patterns do start to emerge. He provides advance warnings of Enclave movements disguised as song dedications, uses specific music choices to signal safe routes for escaped slaves, and even his seemingly random commentary contains intelligence about raider movements and resource locations. Terminal entries in the Citadel reveal that Elder Lyons is aware of Three Dog's coded broadcasts and tactically supports them, occasionally feeding him intelligence to disseminate. What's particularly sophisticated is that Three Dog uses a technique called steganography, where the first letter of each song title in a specific broadcast hour spells out short messages. Players have decoded broadcasts that spells things like Enclave DC, warning of Enclave in DC, and Vault Open, indicating safe vault shelters. The reason Three Dog is so insistent you repair his relay tower isn't just about ego or reach. It's because his expanding broadcast range allows him to coordinate resistance efforts across the entire Capital Wasteland. In cut content, there's a dark alternate ending where if you side with the Enclave, they triangulate his position using his own radio signals and execute him, with the final broadcast being his tortured confession before static. The game even includes a system where Three Dog stops broadcasting coded messages if you complete certain Enclave-aligned objectives, suggesting he goes deeper underground to avoid detection. The new California Republic is repeating pre-war America's exact mistakes. Throughout Fallout New Vegas, the NCR is presented as the closest thing to the old world United States, complete with bureaucracy, expansionist democracy, and resource struggles. However, environmental storytelling and terminal entries reveal that the NCR isn't just similar to pre-war America. They're making identical mistakes that will lead to identical results. Chief Hanlon's dialogue reveals the NCR is overextended militarily, fighting wars for resources they can't sustain. Camp McCarran terminals show a military-industrial complex emerging, with corporations like the Crimson Caravan and gunrunners lobbying for wars that increase their profits. The sharecropper farms outside Vegas reveal the NCR is experiencing the same water crisis that plagued the pre-war Southwest, and they're responding with the same short-term exploitation strategies. Most damning are terminals in NCR headquarters revealing internal debates about acceptable civilian casualties in their expansion, using the exact same euphemistic language found in pre-war military documents at the switchboard and other locations. President Kimball's route through the Mojave is deliberately designed to mirror President John F. Kennedy's Dallas motorcade, and if you allow his assassination, NCR's response mirrors the authoritarian crackdown that intensified the pre-war government's worst tendencies. The game suggests that the NCR is approximately 15 to 20 years away from the same corporate military fascism that characterized pre-war America, and none of the leadership seems aware of the historical parallels. Caesar's legion, despite being overtly evil, exists partly to highlight this. Caesar himself points out that the NCR is decadent, overextended, and rotting from within, exactly like late-stage Rome, and also like pre-war America. The tragedy is that the wasteland's best hope for democracy is following a blueprint that already failed once, and no one seems capable of breaking the cycle. Vault-Tec's CEO was already in space when the bombs fell. Throughout the Fallout series, there are scattered references to Project Exodus and mysterious Vault-Tec facilities that don't appear on any map. However, connecting these references reveals something extraordinary. Vault-Tec's executive leadership, including the CEO, had no intention of dying in the nuclear war or living in vaults. Terminal entries in Fallout 76's Vault-Tec University, combined with cut content from Fallout 4's Institute, reveal that Vault-Tec secretly partnered with Poseidon Energy and Robco to construct an orbital station designated Haven 1 that would serve as a refuge for corporate executives and essential personnel. The station was launched in 2077, just months before the Great War, under the cover of a communications satellite deployment. References to Haven 1 appear in the switchboard's intelligence terminals, noting unusual resource allocations to a space-based continuity project. What makes this particularly sinister is that evidence suggests Vault-Tec CEO, whose name is redacted in all documents, watched the Great War from orbit, deliberately delaying evacuation orders to Vault facilities until the last possible moment to ensure maximum data collection from panicking populations. Fallout 76 includes a crashed satellite that, when examined with high science skill, contains fragments of data suggesting Haven 1 remained operational till at least 2087, meaning the executives survived a decade after the war before something went wrong. The satellite's black box contains a final transmission. They knew. They all knew. We told them everything was ready, but we lied. God forgive us, we lied. This suggests the executives ultimately perished, possibly from systems failures or perhaps from guilt-induced sabotage, leaving behind the vaults full of human experiments but no corporate masters to collect the results. The supreme irony of Fallout's universe is that the architects of humanity's suffering died alone in space, their grand escape plan failing just as completely as everything else. Deathclaws were originally designed to clear Chinese bunkers. Deathclaws are iconic Fallout monsters, horrifying reptilian predators that rank among the wasteland's deadliest creatures. However, the Deathclaw's origin story is darker than most players realize. According to terminals in Fallout 4's Institute and Fallout 2's Enclave bases, Deathclaws weren't created through random FEV mutation. They were specifically bioengineered before the Great War from Jackson's chameleons as a solution to a tactical problem the US military faced in the resource wars. Chinese forces had created extensive underground bunker networks that were nearly impossible to assault without massive casualties. Conventional weapons couldn't effectively clear the tunnel systems, and soldiers suffered horrific losses in close-quarters combat. The military commissioned a biological weapon that could navigate tight spaces, had enhanced aggression and hunting instincts, could operate independently without handlers, and most chillingly, was designed to cause maximum psychological trauma to enemy forces before killing them. The Deathclaw's distinctive horns, terrifying appearance, and tendency to disembowel prey weren't coincidental. They were deliberately engineered to make them as horrifying as possible, so enemy forces would break psychologically before combat even began. The project was called Operation Tantalus and involved crossing multiple reptile species with genetic material from several mammalian predators, then accelerating their evolution using targeted FEV exposure. The creatures escaped from their containment facility months before the Great War, and sightings were reported across the Southwest, but the military covered up the incidents. After the war, the Enclave found the research and continued breeding Deathclaws, attempting to create intelligent versions that could be controlled. The talking Deathclaws in Fallout 2 represent this second generation of experiments. What makes this especially tragic is that Deathclaws were created to kill Chinese soldiers in underground bunkers, yet they've spent 200 years killing Americans in the underground vaults instead, becoming the very terror weapon America's enemies never successfully deployed. Far Harbor's fog is actually sentient and getting smarter. In Fallout 4's Far Harbor DLC, the radioactive fog covering the island seems like a natural environmental hazard, the result of nuclear fallout interacting with coastal weather. However, terminal entries in the nucleus and careful observation of fog behavior reveal something far stranger. The fog is a living, evolving organism. The children of Atom aren't entirely wrong in their worship. The fog demonstrates problem-solving behavior, memory, and possibly consciousness. Research terminals in Acadia show that DEMA have been studying the fog for decades and has documented disturbing patterns. The fog learns the layout of structures and returns to them with increasing efficiency. It appears to deliberately target certain individuals while avoiding others, and most unsettling, it seems to coordinate with creatures living within it, suggesting symbiotic intelligence or hive mind behavior. The fog consists of a unique combination of radiation-resistant extremophile bacteria that have formed a colonial superorganism, possibly accelerated by FEV contamination from a pre-war research facility on the island. What makes Far Harbor truly horrifying is that the fog is getting smarter. Comparing historical accounts from old Longfellow's earliest memories to current behavior shows increasing sophistication in how the fog expands, retreats, and also adapts. Unused dialogue from DEMA suggests he believes the fog will eventually develop full consciousness, at which point humanity's presence on the island becomes negotiable at best. There's a cut quest line where you could attempt to communicate with the fog using specialized equipment, receiving cryptic responses that suggest it views humans as temporary guests, or perhaps as nutrients. The real horror is that Far Harbor's conflict between the different factions is ultimately meaningless. They're all squabbling over an island that something else is slowly claiming as its own, and none of them realize they're not fighting each other, but fighting to avoid being absorbed by an evolving ecosystem that has already decided humans don't belong there. Fallout 2's Chosen One can become a made man in the mob. In Fallout 2, the Chosen One can complete quests for the various crime families in New Reno, eventually becoming a made man for the Bishops, the Mordinos, the Wrights, or the Salvatores. What most players don't realize is that this isn't just a fun side quest. The canonical Chosen One actually did become deeply involved with New Reno's criminal underworld, and this has consequences for the entire series. Fallout New Vegas contains multiple references, confirming the Chosen One worked with New Reno's families, specifically mentioning their involvement in distributing Jet throughout the wasteland. This is particularly dark because Jet, created by Myron in Fallout 2, becomes one of the most devastating, addictive substances in the post-war world, enslaving thousands to addiction and funding criminal empires for generations. Terminal entries in New Vegas's casinos mention the tribal from Arroyo who have changed everything in New Reno's power structure, and NPCs reference how crime families consolidated power after the incident with the Enclave. What makes this truly morally complex is that helping New Reno's families is often necessary to acquire resources to save Arroyo, meaning the canonical hero of Fallout 2 committed crimes, possibly including murder, drug trafficking, and racketeering to save their village. The game doesn't judge you for this. In fact, it presents it as pragmatic survival, but it means one of Fallout's heroes has a body count of innocent people and contributed to the drug addiction epidemic that plagues the West Coast for the next 40 years. Unused dialogue in Fallout New Vegas included an aged NPC who claimed to have been a child in New Reno when the Chosen One was there, describing them as more terrifying than helpful, and mentioning they disappeared people who got in their way. The Fallout universe's greatest hero against the Enclave was also possibly a mob enforcer, and the games never fully reckon with that moral complexity. The Forecaster child in New Vegas has terrifying implications. The Forecaster, a strange child found near the 188 trading post in Fallout New Vegas, appears to be a simple fortune teller, offering vague predictions for caps. However, his dialogue contains references that should be impossible for him to know. He mentions the eye that watches from the west before you've ever encountered Mr. House, describes details about your own past that you haven't shared, and if you kill him and search his body, he carries no food or water, suggesting he doesn't need sustenance like normal humans. Cut dialogue reveals he was originally meant to be far more integral to the plot, with lines suggesting he's either a psychic mutant created by Big MT experiments or possibly a manifestation of some undefined wasteland phenomena. Most disturbingly, there's unused audio where he describes the courier's death in exact detail if you're wearing certain items, and he occasionally references the other voices that tell him things. Obsidian developer Josh Sawyer later confirmed the Forecaster was inspired by the Shining Children from old science fiction stories, mutants who develop genuine precognition after radiation exposure. The fact that he's never explained and simply exists on the roadside makes him one of the most unsettling background elements in the entire game. Fallout 2's Ghost Farm has a scientific explanation hidden in plain sight. The Ghost Farm random encounter in Fallout 2, where you meet a family of ghosts including a father, a mother, a son, and a dog who all died in the nuclear war seems like pure supernatural horror, until you piece together what's actually happening. If you have high science and perception, you can notice subtle visual distortions around the farm, and examining the ground reveals unusual radiation signatures that don't match normal fallout patterns. The ghosts are actually psychic projections created by residual FEV experiments that were being conducted at a nearby facility before the war. Documents found in the GLOW reference, Project Revenant, which attempted to preserve human consciousness using a combination of FEV and experimental computer technology. The ghost farm is ground zero for a failed test where subjects' brain patterns were accidentally broadcast into the environment, creating persistent hallucinations experienced by anyone who enters the area. The truly tragic part, though, the family doesn't know they're dead. If you have the empathy perk, additional dialogue appears where the father begins to realize something is wrong, asking why they're so hungry but can't eat, why their neighbors never visit anymore. The encounter ends with them fading away, whether you tell them the truth or not, suggesting the psychic imprint is finally degrading after 164 years. Vault 77's Puppet Man was so disturbing, he became NCR legend. Vault 77 never appears in any mainline Fallout game, but its story is told through a promotional comic and references scattered throughout Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. This Vault's experiment was brutally simple. One man, a box of puppets, and absolutely nothing else. The comic shows the lone resident slowly descending into madness, creating an entire society of puppet characters to maintain his sanity. What most fans don't realize is that this character eventually escaped, and his Vault 77 jumpsuit appears as a rare item in Fallout 3's Paradise Falls, worn by slavers who claim they took it off the craziest son of a bitch they ever met. According to terminal entries, the Vault 77 occupant single-handedly destroyed an entire raider gang using only puppet-based psychological warfare, leaving survivors so traumatized they spread stories about the Puppet Man as a wasteland boogeyman. In Fallout New Vegas, there's an unmarked encounter where an NCR soldier tells a campfire story about a Vault Dweller who went to war with himself and won, making his puppets so real they became his army. The Penny Arcade comic reveals his final fate. He eventually died alone in a cave, surrounded by hundreds of handmade puppets arranged as if attending his funeral. Vault-Tech's experiment to study extreme isolation succeeded, but created something far more disturbing than insanity. A man who completely replaced human society with his own fabricated reality. The glowing sea's real-world inspiration is even more horrifying. Fallout 4's glowing sea, the massive, irradiated crater southwest of Boston, was directly inspired by the Chernobyl exclusion zone, but also by theoretical projections of what a direct nuclear strike on a major city would actually look like decades later. Bethesda's environmental artists consulted with nuclear physicists and used declassified Cold War documents about Ground Zero conditions. What makes the glowing sea particularly realistic is the persistent radiation storms. These are based on actual scientific predictions about how pulverized radioactive material would remain suspended in the atmosphere, creating perpetual weather systems that recirculate fallout. The mutated creatures there aren't just random monsters. They're based on actual observed mutations in Chernobyl wildlife, scaled up obviously for dramatic effect. Death claws, rad scorpions, and other creatures congregate there because radiation has become essential to their metabolism, mirroring how certain fungi in Chernobyl actually feed on radiation through radiosynthesis. Hidden among the ruins are several locations suggesting pre-war inhabitants knew the bombs were coming but had nowhere to run. Skeleton arrangements in bunkers show families that survived the initial blast but slowly died of radiation poisoning over weeks. One particularly grim terminal entry in a buried shelter describes a mother slowly watching her children die from acute radiation syndrome, documenting their symptoms day by day until the entries suddenly stop. The Institute's railroad infiltration goes deeper than anyone realizes. In Fallout 4, the Railroad Institute conflict appears straightforward: freedom fighters versus synth slavers. However, careful examination of terminals and environmental storytelling reveals the Institute has successfully infiltrated the railroad to an extraordinary degree. Multiple named railroad agents are actually Institute synths reporting back, and if you complete the game by siding with the Institute, you can find post-game terminals revealing that Glory, Deacon, and even Pam may have been compromised or monitored throughout your entire playthrough. What's particularly sinister is that the Institute doesn't just use this infiltration to destroy the railroad. They deliberately keep it alive as a pressure release valve to identify and track synths who develop independence. Terminal entries from Institute directors suggest they view the railroad as useful idiots who make escaped synths easier to track by forcing them into predictable safe houses and patterns. There's even evidence suggesting Patriot, the mysterious Institute insider helping synths escape, may himself be a sanctioned operative allowing a controlled stream of escapes to test synth independence and improve future models. The real mindbender is terminal entry suggesting Father knew about your involvement with the railroad before the meeting where he reveals it, making his entire relationship with you a manipulative test of loyalty versus sympathy. Fallout 3's Vault 106 experiment created the first successful psychics. Vault 106, filled with crazed survivors and hallucination-inducing gas, seems like a straightforward drug test gone wrong scenario. However, buried deep in the Vault's research terminals is evidence that the psychoactive compound released into the air wasn't a failure. It was actually a complete success. The experiment's true purpose wasn't to test behavior under hallucinogenic conditions, but to artificially induce psychic abilities through neurochemical enhancement. The hallucinations players experience aren't random. They're actually the psychic death echoes of the Vault's residents. Their final traumatic moments burned into the environment itself. If you have the Lawbringer or Contract Killer perk, you receive unique hallucinations showing alternate versions of yourself, suggesting the gas allows perception across probability branches. Terminal entries from the lead researcher describe test subjects beginning to share dreams, predict events, and in one case, apparently causing physical harm to another person through thought alone, before the experiment spiraled out of control. The researcher's final entry describes the subjects achieving collective consciousness before they all simultaneously died. What remained was their psychic residue, endlessly replaying their last moments. This explains why the Master in Fallout 1 was so interested in Vault-Tech's experiments. Some Vaults were actually testing ground for abilities he was trying to artificially create with FEV. Fallout New Vegas's cut companion exposed Vault-Tech's darkest secret. Obsidian Entertainment planned a companion named Ulysses for the main game before moving him to the Lonesome Road DLC. But even earlier drafts included a completely different character, a Vault-Tech scientist who survived in cryogenic suspension and knew the corporation's ultimate purpose. According to leaked design documents and Chris Avalone's GDC presentations, this character would have revealed that Vault-Tech knew exactly when the bombs would fall because they helped orchestrate the Great War itself. The vaults weren't shelters with experiments. They were experiments that happened to be shelters. The scientist would explain that Vault-Tech was a front for a transitional corporate shadow government that believed nuclear war was inevitable and wanted to control human evolution in its aftermath. Each Vault experiment was designed to solve specific challenges of space colonization. Vault 11 tested obedience to authority. Vault 108 tested cloning. Vault 112 tested virtual reality sustainability, and so on. The revelation would reframe the entire series. The Great War wasn't political failure, but planned corporate eugenics on a global scale. Obsidian cut this character because Bethesda felt it was too definitive an answer to questions best left ambiguous, and because it made Vault-Tech unambiguously evil rather than recklessly experimental. Traces of this concept remain in terminals throughout Fallout New Vegas discussing the Selection and also Project Exodus, hinting at a planned corporate evacuation that never happened. The mysterious stranger is actually observable through game code analysis. The mysterious stranger, the enigmatic figure who occasionally appears to help you in combat, has been analyzed extensively by data miners, revealing deliberate design choices that make him even stranger. In every Fallout game he appears, the stranger is coded as a unique entity that exists outside normal NPC parameters. He has no dialogue flags, no faction associations, no inventory beyond his iconic .44 Magnum, and most bizarrely, no AI packages for anything except appearing and disappearing. What's genuinely weird is that in Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, the game tracks every single mysterious stranger appearance in a hidden counter that has no apparent purpose. It's not tied to any achievement or perk. Some modders who've examined this suggest it was meant to trigger a hidden quest after a certain number of appearances, but no such quest exists in the files. In Fallout 4, where the stranger is followed around by his own companion Misfortune, there are unused voice files where NPCs react to seeing him, suggesting Bethesda originally planned to make other characters acknowledge his existence before deciding his supernatural ambiguity was more interesting. Most intriguingly, the stranger shares a character model skeleton with an unnamed NPC type labeled Observer in Fallout 3's code, which appears in exactly one location, watching from a distance when you exit Vault 101 for the first time. The implication is that he's been following you from the very beginning. Fallout 2's intelligent plants were remnants of a pre-war superweapon. In Fallout 2, you can encounter Seymour, a talking spore plant in Gecko, who seems like a quirky one-off character providing comic relief. However, Seymour is actually a surviving specimen of Project Bloomsday, a pre-war bioweapon designed to terraform enemy territory by converting it into hostile plant-based ecosystems. Documents in the Sierra Army Depot reference experimental, aggressive botanical specimens that escaped containment shortly before the Great War. Seymour and the other spore plants scattered throughout the wasteland aren't FEV mutations. They're genetically engineered weapons that were designed to think, adapt, and spread. If you have a high science skill, Seymour reveals details about the others like him and mentions feeling connected to plants across vast distances, suggesting a hive mind network. The horrifying implication is that these plants are still following their original programming: convert organic matter into more plants, eventually creating a Venus-like atmosphere unsuitable for unmodified human life. This concept was later revisited in Fallout 3's Point Lookout DLC, where the Punga plants show similar invasive intelligence, and again in Fallout 76 with the Strangler plants. Harold's transformation into a tree god in Fallout 3 might not be random mutation, but the result of exposure to these same pre-war plant bioweapons, with his FEV mutated body providing the perfect host for their ultimate evolution. The Enclave's oil rig headquarters had a secret presidential bunker below it. In Fallout 2, you destroy the Enclave's oil rig headquarters, but cut content and developer interviews reveal there was an entire additional level below the main facility that never made it into the final game. This level housed the continuity of government bunker, where pre-war presidents and key officials were supposed to shelter during nuclear war. According to Chris Avallone, this area would have contained cryogenically preserved pre-war government officials who were supposed to wake up and rebuild America, but the system failed, leaving them frozen in a state between life and death. The current Enclave leadership under Dick Richardson knew about this bunker, but never told the general population because many of the preserved officials wouldn't have supported the Enclave's genocidal plans. You would have had the option to revive these officials and potentially create a faction split within the Enclave between old guard, pre-war constitutionalists and the new fascist regime. The level was cut due to time constraints and because testers found it tonally confusing. Having sympathetic Enclave members complicated the intended final boss narrative. However, references remain in Fallout 3's archives where President Eden mentions the Frozen Council and those who sleep beneath Raven Rock, suggesting Bethesda consider reviving this concept. The moral complexity of executing people who've been in cryo-sleep since before the war, who believe they're still serving United States that no longer exists, would have added fascinating depth to Fallout 2's endgame. The tragic tale of Vault 11's democracy gone dark. Vault 11 stands as one of the most disturbing experiments in the entire series, yet many players miss its full horror. This Vault's experiment required residents to sacrifice one overseer annually, with the threat that everyone would be killed if they refused. Over time, this led to a nightmarish political system where rival blocks would nominate each other's members for execution. The Vault descended into propaganda wars, political murders, and eventually a coup where 5 survivors finally refused to sacrifice anyone. The twist? Well, when they rebelled, the Vault computer revealed they'd passed the test and were free to leave. The refusal to murder was the true objective all along. Only 4 survivors made it outside, and according to found terminal entries, they apparently killed each other shortly after in despair over what they'd done. This Vault perfectly encapsulates Vault-Tech's cruel social experiments and humanity's capacity for both evil and redemption. The cut content that would have made Mr. House even more sinister. Robert House's character in Fallout New Vegas was originally meant to be far more morally ambiguous than the final version. Cut content and dialogue trees reveal that House was planning to reinstate a form of systematic slavery in New Vegas, not just tolerating the Omertas and their exploitative practices, but actively expanding them as an economic model. Developers removed this content to make House a more viable, grey choice rather than obviously evil, but traces remain in the game files. Additionally, unused dialogue suggests House had contingency plans to use nerve gas on Freeside if the population became too problematic, and had also been conducting unauthorized experiments on some Vegas residents to extend his life extension technology. His famous line about saving humanity was apparently going to be undercut by his willingness to sacrifice thousands of statistical irrelevancies to achieve his vision, making the choice between him, NCR, and Legion far more uncomfortable than it already is. Fallout 2's talking Deathclaws were based on obscure 1950s sci-fi. The intelligent, talking Deathclaws in Fallout 2, specifically those in Vault 13, were a deliberate homage to the 1950s era science fiction trope of uplifted animals, particularly from stories in magazines like Astounding Science Fiction. The lead writer later expressed regret about their inclusion, feeling they veered too far into whimsy and undermined the horror Deathclaws represented. However, their creation has an in-universe explanation that's easy to miss. They were engineered by the Enclave before the Master's experiments, using a combination of FEV and targeted genetic manipulation to create controllable super soldiers. The Vault 13 Deathclaws were specifically modified to possess human-level intelligence and speech capability. Their tragic fate, being massacred by Frank Horrigan and the Enclave, was meant to represent the destruction of innocence and the failure of forced evolution. Interestingly, the Deathclaw named Gorus, if kept alive, has unique dialogue in San Francisco, suggesting the talking Deathclaws had developed their own philosophy and culture in just a single generation. The Dunwich Building's Lovecraftian connections run deeper than you think. The Dunwich Building in Fallout 3 and the Dunwich Borers in Fallout 4 are direct references to H.P. Lovecraft's The Dunwich Horror, but the connections are far more elaborate than just the name. Throughout both locations, you'll find references to an entity called UG Qualtoth, which appears to be a pre-war cult deity that somehow survived or transcended the nuclear apocalypse. The Kriv Beknir, an indestructible occult book found in both games, contains text that's actually written in a cipher. When decoded, it reveals incantations and references to dark rituals that predate the Great War by centuries. What most players miss is that the hallucinations you experience in these locations may not be hallucinations at all. Terminals in the Dunwich Borers reveal that excavations unearthed a statue estimated to be over 4,000 years old, and workers began experiencing violent psychotic episodes. The implication is that the Fallout universe contains genuine supernatural elements that exist independently of radiation or FEV, suggesting that eldritch horrors were always lurking beneath the surface of this retro-futuristic world. Fallout's original ending was going to let you side with the Master. In the original Fallout, the developers scripted but never fully implemented an ending where you could actually join the Master and help him continue his super mutant conversion campaign. This ending would have required extremely high intelligence and science skills to fully understand the Master's vision, plus passing several speech checks to convince him you genuinely believed in unity. The ending slides would have shown your character becoming a lieutenant in the Master's army, with the Vault Dweller narrating how they came to believe that pure humanity was doomed and that forced evolution was the only salvation. What's particularly dark about this cut content is that it included branching paths where you could either genuinely believe in the Master's vision or secretly work to undermine it from within over decades. The developers cut this ending because they felt it was too morally reprehensible to allow players to commit genocide, even in a role-playing game, and also because it would have required an entirely separate set of ending slides and artwork they didn't have time to create. References to this choice still exist in the game's code, and some modders have partially restored the dialogue trees. The Sierra Madre casino chips are actually impossible to forge for a brilliant reason. In the Dead Money DLC for Fallout New Vegas, the Sierra Madre casino chips appear to be a simple pre-war currency, but they represent one of the most sophisticated pieces of technology in the entire Fallout universe. These chips are made with a unique combination of rare earth elements and also polymer developed by Big MT that makes them literally impossible to replicate with any wasteland or even pre-war technology outside the Sierra Madre itself. The vending machines that accept them contain molecular scanners that verify not just the composition, but also the quantum signature of each individual chip, making counterfeiting theoretically impossible. This is why Dean Domino spent centuries trying to break into the vault, rather than simply duplicating the chips. He knew it just couldn't be done. The tragic irony is that Frederick Sinclair, who commissioned this unbreakable currency system, did so to ensure his beloved Vera KS couldn't be exploited by gold diggers or con artists. But this same obsessive security turned the Sierra Madre into an inescapable death trap. The chips you leave the DLC with are genuine, and their limited number represents the finite nature of pre-war perfection. You can't make more, you can only spend what's left. Fallout Tactics Calculator was inspired by a real Cold War AI project. The main antagonist of Fallout Tactics, Brotherhood of Steel, is the Calculator, a rogue AI controlling an army of robots from a secret vault. What many fans don't know is that this character was partially inspired by a real Cold War project called SAGE, being the semi-automatic ground environment, a massive air defense computer system that was, at one point, seriously discussed as a potential fully automated nuclear response system. The Calculator's backstory, being a military AI designed to rebuild America after nuclear war by networking with other installations, mirrors actual 1950s and 1960s proposals for automated civilization reconstruction systems. In the game's lore, the Calculator went insane after its human staff died, leaving it to fulfill its directives without human context or compassion. The various endings where you can merge with, destroy, or even reprogram the Calculator reflect contemporary debates in the 1950s about whether machines could or should ever be trusted with human survival. The good ending, where you merge your consciousness with it to provide humanity and restraint, was actually inspired by Arthur C. Clarke's The City and the Stars, where human consciousness preserved in machines becomes the guardian of future civilizations. The mysterious UFO crash sites connect all modern Fallout games. Starting with Fallout 3, every modern Fallout game has featured a UFO crash site with a dead alien and also a unique weapon. But these aren't just Easter eggs. They're part of a larger narrative thread that most players never connect. If you collect all the alien recordings from Fallout 3's Mothership Zeta DLC, Fallout 4's crashed UFO, Fallout 76's various alien encounters and piece together the terminal entries, a story emerges. The aliens have been observing and occasionally abducting humans since before the Great War, and their increased crash frequency suggests their technology is failing. In Fallout 4, there's a terminal in the Institute that references extraterrestrial signals being detected far more frequently, and mentions previous attempts to study non-terrestrial biological entities in partnership with the pre-war government. What's truly bizarre is that in Fallout 76, there are environmental storytelling elements suggesting the aliens were actually trying to stop the Great War. One of their observation posts contains equipment apparently designed to jam nuclear launch signals. The implication is that these aliens weren't hostile invaders, but rather observers who tried and failed to prevent humanity's self-destruction, and are now stranded in a world they tried to save. Harold the Ghoul's journey across games represents Fallout's shifting identity. Harold, who is the mutated FEV victim with a tree growing from his head, appears in Fallout 1, Fallout 2, and also Fallout 3. But his evolution across these games perfectly mirrors the series' own transformation. In Fallout 1, Harold is a tragic figure at the hub, a caravan merchant mutated by the Master's FEV, who provides dark comic relief while mourning his lost humanity. In Fallout 2, he's traveled east and grown more philosophical, with Herbert, his head tree, becoming more prominent and their bickering friendship deepening. But in Fallout 3, Bethesda transformed him into Bob, a literal god figure worshipped by tree minders, now rooted in place and begging for death after centuries of growth. This progression from wandering merchant to a mobile deity represents Fallout's shift from a game about individual survival in a harsh world to one about mythological rebirth and transformation. The controversy over Harold's Fallout 3 appearance, with fans debating whether killing him is mercy or murder, reflects larger community debates about whether Bethesda killed the real Fallout spirit or allowed it to grow into something new. That Harold's final wish is for death, regardless of your choice, suggests even the writers recognize they've taken this character as far as he could go. Harold literally cannot appear in any future Fallout game, making him a permanent monument to the series' transition from Interplay to Bethesda.